Smiley me, foggy, driving all day, yeah, dog tired, groggy. Fast food cold in the passenger seat, bag on the floor, all salt, no heat. Walking in circles, late night lobby, eyes half closed, whole world wobbly. Door dashing, she smashing that route, telling her story, trying to crawl out. Molly make foggy, so foggy. Whole day smear like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy. I thought a killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then she just gone. Billy's my friend, here we go again. Same crack joke, same dead end grin. I saw the killer, he was right next to me, but every scene bends, blurs on repeat. He wasn't Molly Mike, he ain't that tired, he ain't that wired, he ain't half fired. You look so groggy, stumbling lane to lane, phone light on, but you're missing the name. Molly make foggy, so foggy. Whole day smear like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy. I saw the killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then she just gone. So gone like a car in the rain. Wipers on high, still streaks on the paint. Saw the girl in the window, then I did it hard. Said run, but the wheels stay spinning. Molly make foggy, so foggy. Whole day smear like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy. I saw the killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then I did it. Late talk county losers. Yeah, playing that game. Saying them stories, trying to stay the same. Courtroom cold, fluorescent hump, Bible on the table, but the devil run. Billy in the tie with a plastic grin, Ashley with a file, trying to tuck his sins. Pain on the phone, talking real cheap. Names on the list that can't even sleep. Government fam with a government scam. Shake the wrong hand, now you're part of the plan. Late talk, county losers, playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who take the blame? Billy, Ashley, or Payne? Government fam, government scam. What's true, what's not, you don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, letting bad ones walk. Judging your pockets while the innocent ride. Is Pete creeping on a late night tap, digging through lies for a headline splash. Picking out prey, but you call that law. Halo on crooked while you hide that claw. You smile in church, passing that plate. Monday, you're twisting every word I say. Sign that warrant with shaky ink, but you sleep real good when my people sink. Late talk, county losers, playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who takes the blame? Billy, Ashley, or Payne? Government fam, government scam. What's true, what's not, you don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, letting bad ones walk. Judging your pockets while the innocent ride. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. You can't fool me. Devil inside, ugly out. Say you righteous, but you run on down. Late talk county losers, playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who take the blame? Billy, Ashley, or Payne? Government fam, government scam. What's true, what's not, you don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, protecting the vile. Late talk county losers, we see through their smile. Hey, hey. True, yeah. Hammer in hand, let it ring through the roof. Hey, here comes the blue crew. Stomp when you hear that name. I'm a Belly, whole squad, hot like flame, dropping that hammer. Let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. Hey, here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move, wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer. Let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. Yeah, mama bear front line, hard like steel, guarding every soul that love so real. Tomboy wild with the sideways grin, Tandy pulling up, say let's begin. Lee in the cut, mine sharp like a blade, that's all be steady, never once afraid. Sassy catch and talk slick, quick with the clap. Jesse Lynn slide through, playing in the lap. Christy bring calm when the storm too loud, and the better ride deep, head high in the crowd. Lucy Mona star eyes glow in the dark, visit stupid city, 5-leaf crews like R-Cat, K strike fast. Pause on the prize when he first stand firm. Truth in his eyes, typically unique, bro, breaking every mold. Mag with the vision, turn dust into gold. Stop when you hear that name. Mama Belly, whole squad, hot like flame. Dropping the hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move, wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping the hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. The last 24 still count each day. Brandon D press on, never back in the way. Red ink receipts, my sharp, no cap. Molly cat, proud smooth, 2 steps ahead of the trap. All of them linked like chain on a gate. Holding that line, never folding the weight. Every little win, yeah, the heavens all see. Eyes from above say walk how you be. They move in the mess, still keep that grace. Scope on the shoe, fire in they face. Hands to the work, hearts never numb. Hammer in the air like look what we become. Up top, wisdom, watch light on the path. Every misstep still met with a laugh. Crew so deep, whole block wanna sing when they swing that truth. Let the metal just ring. Stomp when you hear that name. Mama Belly, whole squad, hot like flame. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. All eyes locked on the move, wisdom up above while they walk in the groove. Dropping that hammer, let it ring, let it ring. They do that thing, hear it sing. Here comes the blue crew. Stand up, raise that sound. Here comes the blue crew. Hammer to the sky, let it shake the ground. Watch from above, why they chase that dream. Blue crew, build it like a team. Yeah. Here comes Miley Meek, foggy, driving all day, yeah, dog tired, groggy. Fast food cold in the passenger seat, bag on the floor, all salt, no heat. Walking in circles, late night lobby, eyes half closed, whole world wobbly. Door dashing, she smashing that route, telling her story, trying to crawl out. Molly Meek foggy, so foggy. Whole day smeared like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the glow. Molly Meek foggy, so foggy. I saw the killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then she just gone. Billy's my friend, here we go again. Same crack joke, same dead end grin. I saw the killer, he was right next to me, but every scene bends, blurs on repeat. He wasn't Molly Mike, he ain't that tired, he ain't that wired, he ain't half fired. You look so groggy, stumbling lane to lane. Phone light on, but you're missing the name. Molly Meek foggy, so foggy. Whole day smeared like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly Meek foggy, so foggy. I saw the killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then she just gone. So gone like a car in the rain. Wipers on high, still streaks on the paint. Saw the girl in the window, then I did it hard. Said
All right, all you beautiful peoples, what is going on today with you? It's great to see you here at the cafe. We are open for business again. Great to be back, guys. Again, today, guys, we're going to have a wide open discussion. I will pin the link at the top of the chat, as I do, to allow you all to voice your feelings. Based on what we covered yesterday, Kim put on another great show today as well, brought up some topics of interest as well, as she always does. And many, many things that our brains are rolling around with this damn case. So, again, I'm going to open it up and let you guys jump into it. Voice your feelings, thoughts, opinions after, like I said, what we looked at yesterday and many other things out there. There's a couple documents and reports, supplemental reports that are interesting to people, as myself, too, so on and so forth. So, that's kind of where we're at with this today. Once again, per request. I guess people like these open discussions. I've been getting a lot of feedback on these, so here we are. Um, Once again, please make sure to hit the like button if you will. Thank you to my amazing and awesome Blue Crew for being here and joining me, taking time out of their days. Again, thank you to, excuse me, my production manager Mikey for making these things happen. My videographer Molly for making it so nice when you come on in here with the sounds and the views and the visuals you get. Thank you, thank you. And all of you beautiful people for joining me. Thank you for being here as always, guys. I couldn't do it without you, nor would I want to. So please make sure to share it out. Again, hit that like button. Let's get this in the algorithm. That being said, it's that time. Let's do it.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns.
All right, all right, all right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Is that enough? Okay. Welcome, guys. Good to see you. I hope you're all having an amazing day because you are all amazing in it. Of course, you deserve nothing better than. So thank you so much for joining us today. All of the beautiful people. The beautiful people. It's good to see you all today. I hope everybody's happy, healthy, safe, and sound. And it is a great to have you all here with me to get today again so that we can have one of these amazing discussions that we always seem to have when we get together. I might be joined by Miss Kim from Typically Unique here in a while. We'll see. She put on an amazing show this morning, as always, brought up some great topics, as we're going to try to do over here as well today. It is great to see you all in here with us. I can't say that enough. I want to thank you once again to all my amazing moderators in here, the Blue Crew. The Blue Crew. They're awesome. And thank them all so much for being here and taking time out of their busy lives and days to do what they do in here every day, day after day after day. I couldn't do this without them. I say this so many times a day, guys, but it's a fact. And it needs to be reiterated again and again, I think. So thank you to them again. And again to Mikey, my production manager, to Mama Bear, my co host and channel manager, SRB, and all Leah, Roe, Tandy, Tomboy, Sluther, Jesse, all of you are all so very important to me and this channel. So thank you so very much. Miss Meg, the mega star, all of you. If I've missed any of you, I promise you I'm sorry. I'm not missing you. I just too many in my head. So I love you all and appreciate each and every one of you. So anyway, come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable, grab a cup, and fill it up. We're going to be here for a little bit, and hopefully we get into another one of these great conversations. Let's see who's joining us today. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Blue Devil, welcome. Good to see you today. In Altruistic Murder, great to see you. Double B, Beach Babe, welcome back to you. The Megastar, wonderful to see you, Miss Meg. Leah Story, welcome back to you. Kiss me where kiss me where I pee. So wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sluther75, welcome back to you, dear. Always happy to have you here. Third Apache, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Sleuthy Kitty, meow meow. All right, all right. Great to see you today. Let me see. Let me see. Miss Rowe, welcome back to you. Karmic Retribution in the house. Thank you so much for joining us today. Make sure that link is floating around in here, please, and thank you. Great to see you guys. Let me see here. Miss Jenny, good to see you. Great to have you here. Just like peas and carrots. One made nut. Eddie's back in the house today. Maybe we'll hear from him. Maybe we won't. I don't know. But I'm glad to see him. Thank you for being here, brother. The defense rest, Miss Jody, one of our Aussie friends in the house from down under. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Very happy to see you. Let me see. Yvonne Poole, welcome back. Great to see you today. Beautifulness Pro Burger, welcome to you. Wonderful to see you. Meanie's in the house. Good to see you, Meanie. The last 24 in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Always, always happy to see you here. Let me see. Lizzie Turtleballs, welcome back and great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hello, hello, Miss Meg. Let me see. Let me see. Hello, Governors. I do make these songs. Yes, I do. The only one I didn't make was the intro one that shows the video right before we start. Molly, the videographer, made that one. But the other ones you hear, the weird ones and all that, yes, I do those. It's a release for me when I get bored and stressed out. Ozzy McGlynn, another one of our Aussie friends in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Show. Do I see Brandy B in here? My OG. think I do. Karmic Police. The Karma Police is in the house. Good to see you. Yes, Brandy's right there. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Again, make sure you're hitting that like button when you come through the door and share this out, please. And thank y'all. Karen Volk was good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jagwalyn Keeley, welcome, welcome. Lisa Q, welcome to you. Italian Girl, welcome back to you. Miss Teresa, great to see you today. All of you, so very much appreciated. It is great to have you here. The Tomboy floated in. Good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. Miss Blue Eyed Butterfly, thank you for that. Dropping a new membership in the house, and it looks like it went to Beautifulness Pro Burger. Amazing. And thank you. So very generous and awesome of you. Very much appreciated. And kabam. Look at that. It looks like we got graced with Mr. Eddie today. Welcome, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. Hello to everybody.
Always, buddy. Always. I wish
I
I could.
noticed something different yesterday. Have you or has anybody ever watched a NASCAR race? Sometimes when they switch to commercial, they'll do a side by side. So on your screen, you'll have the race on half of the screen and then commercials going on the other half.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday while watching your show, for the first time ever, there was side by side when it went to commercial.
Really?
Yeah. Has anybody ever experienced that?
I didn't know they did that. That's wild.
And it didn't do it just now. There was one commercial today, just now, moments ago. It didn't do it today.
So it runs the commercial and it keeps me on screen still?
Yeah, yes, it did.
That's wild. I must be somewhat important or something.
You're important now. That's
I
right.
guess I've finally made it, you guys. They're leaving me on screen while they're running the commercials. Damn. That's interesting. Thanks for the info, buddy. I didn't know that. King Christopher, good to see you, Canadian girl. Welcome to you. Uh, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. I have to do that when Eddie's here, so he loves it. I messed it up, but so good to see you, Lucy. Yeah, they do that with the House oversight hearings and congressional. Oh yeah, I just didn't think they did it on YouTube. That's wild. Good to know. I've made it finally, folks. I'm important enough to leave on screen when they're making their money with their commercials. It is what it is. Good to see you, King Christopher. Updated my book, and I thought it was just my YouTube. Huh. Interesting. Well, thank you, Miss Karmic. I appreciate that. Miss Becca, good to see you. How's your day going today, Eddie, so far?
I'm not going to complain. The weather is just horrid again. It's cold
Sorry.
and it's drizzly and sleet. It's
It
like
was here.
borderline temperature. It could be freezing rain. It could be snow. It could be rain all at the same time because it's
Well,
like 33 degrees.
I almost don't want to tell you what happened here. It was weird because, well, Mother Nature, our Mother Nature up here, maybe she's a cousin to yours, is bipolar. She's just, I figured it out. She's fully 100% completely bipolar. And like yesterday, it was cold and shitty, like you just said it was. It's 73 degrees and sunny here today. But it didn't start that way this morning. It was weird this morning. So thank you so much, Blue Eyed Butterfly. Appreciate that. So yeah, it's very odd how our weather has a tendency to do its thing here. It's a super sticker. Awesome. And thank you very much for that, dear. Very much appreciated. It's a big old diamond. Diamond in the sky. Right turn, Clyde. Good to see you. Oh, that's another one I got to work on too. Thank you, Jody, for that. I am going to make a song about Sarah Boone. We all remember her. I will check it out, Miss Jody. It's probably amazing. Jen Seven, it's good to see you today. We all remember wacky Sarah Boone and how that all went down. That judge had to have been the most patient, the most amazing judge to put up with her and all her crazy antics. But I am in. I can. I'm not worried about it, Karmic. I'm in Ohio, Northeast Ohio. Kathy's in the house. Kathy's Indie Zone, guys. Make sure you're subscribed to that channel too. Make sure we drop her link, guys. Kathy's always making sure we understand everything going on in this crazy ass case. As always, putting it out there for us to know what's happening, how it's happening, and why it's happening. Thank you, Kathy, for all you do. As always, very, very, very great stuff. Um, yeah, so I'm sorry, buddy, that you're having that weather as compared to ours. It sucks. Hopefully yours will clean up and get better. That way you can get out there on your bike more often.
Yeah, it's similar to yours. It will be nice, and then it'll be reverting back towards the winter time, nasty weather, and then quickly go back to nice and
Whatever
repeat.
she whatever she feels like doing that day is how it works, you know what I mean? Weird.
I do.
Very weird. Beverly Fike, great to see you. Miss Tandy's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Miss Tandy. And there is the link for Kathy's Indie Zone, folks. Please make sure to subscribe to Miss Kathy. Show some love and support over there. She has helped us in so many different ways to understand so many things within this case when she reads through these documents and presents her way of explaining it. And it really helps. It's helped me a lot. So I appreciate Kathy very much. So make sure you guys are subscribed and hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything she puts out, guys. Please and thank you. I will definitely look into it, Jody, for sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beverly Fike has said hello. Yes. Tandy, good to see you. Minnesota. Altruistic murder. Yay. Gen 7. Astastic. Let me see if I'm missing anybody. Let me see. Right turn Clyde. Uh-oh. Crystal Lake. The Friday the 13th series is. Yes. Yes, it is. Finally. I'm excited about that, Jen. And the new movie is supposed to be coming too with the whole new reworked Jason Voorhees story and all that stuff. I'm looking forward to it. It's all supposed to flow with the series. I can't wait. For all you horror fans out there, it's something new coming. New series called Crystal Lake about the Friday the 13th story is coming, as well as a new movie that they're reworking the whole thing, the whole story, and basically starting it from the beginning again. Kind of excited. We'll see what they do. But I am always a fan of the original. You know that. Thank you, Sluther. And thank you to anybody that chooses to support us via the Amazon wish list. It's always, always, always appreciated, guys. That's where you have all our stuff that we keep our stuff running with, and of course the coffee and all that fun stuff there too. So thank you all very much. So that's another piece of info I got. I was kind of waiting for everybody to pop in here. It's not connected to what we're talking about today, but I think it's important enough that we need to throw it out here in the true crime world. 1 second here. Because it is a big part of the true crime world. 1 minute here. If I can find it. I just had it up this morning. So I'll tell you first and foremost, and then maybe we'll hit it a little bit here, but 1 minute. So I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Letitia Staunch. Anybody familiar? Remember that story, that case? Horrid, horrid. The little boy, Gannon Staunch. I always say her name wrong. Stauch. Sorry. Uh, he disappeared from. They were from. I think it was Colorado Springs. I covered it long ways back, but it's a horrid story. And his stepmother, unfortunately, took his life in a horrid way. She's out there. So, what has happened at this point? Let me see something here. Is it looks like she's going to be getting a new trial. I don't get it. So I'm going to throw you a little bit of a news clip by somebody real quick to explain it real fast. just a quick explanation. So we're probably going to look into that when it does roll down the line, because I pray to God they don't like let her go. This woman is evil incarnate, folks. Truly. 1 minute here.
Just tossed out a conviction. An appeals court just tossed out a conviction for a woman accused of killing her stepson back in 2020 in Colorado Springs. And it's all because of a juror who deliberated her case. I'm Steve. I'm a reporter in Denver. Let me explain this all to you. A jury convicted Letitia Stauch of first-degree murder back in 2023 after prosecutors accused her of stabbing and shooting her stepson.
1 minute, you guys. I forgot, and I'm sorry. My deepest apologies for not
Trigger
warning.
warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
And it's only because it is such a horrible thing she did. I just want to make sure, because anybody can be triggered by any words related to this.
Gannon, and then reporting him missing. You might remember this case because it made national headlines back in 2020. Stauch's attorneys in an appeal argued that the case should be thrown out because of one single juror, who they refer to as Juror MB. During jury questioning, Juror MB admitted that they were related to someone who worked in the El Paso County DA's office. Specifically, this man's son-in-law was a deputy district attorney, and that juror remained on the panel and ended up deliberating in the verdict. The Court of Appeal says the presence of a juror like this is enough to toss out this conviction altogether automatically. Even if the man's son wasn't directly involved in prosecuting this case, he shouldn't have been on the jury to begin with, the court said. So they've tossed the conviction against Stauch. As for how this all could happen, it's really a good question. The appeals court called this a structural error on behalf of the court, meaning the judge should have excused this juror. I reached out to the El Paso County DA to see if they plan on retrying Letitia Stauch on these charges. They haven't gotten back to me yet, but you can imagine they likely will. She had been sentenced to 2 life sentences in this case. I'll let you know if we learn more. An appeals court just tossed out a conviction.
There is no way that this woman can be let go. No way. What she did to that child was unheard of, folks. It's insane to me. So, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. I don't know. Are you familiar with that case at all, Eddie?
Yes, I think I was with you when we were following that.
Yeah. It oh my God. I don't understand these people. I just don't get how you can do this to a child, the things that they do. She is, like I said, evil incarnate, and whatever. Like, they can give her another trial. That's fine. Whatever you want to do, but the evidence is there. Facts are facts. She killed the little boy. She tortured him, in my opinion, and it was just horrifying, the things she did. So all they have to do is represent the evidence again. And if that jury doesn't see it for what it is, shame on them. Yeah, she should, if anybody should have got a death penalty sentence, this is the one. And one of them, I should say, for sure. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Say what? Great to see you today. Yeah, exactly. Astastic. I just don't get it. Florida should charge her because of that part of it too, I believe. Let me see. I hope she is beautifulness. She has to be. I can't imagine. Even just the basics of the evidence prove, it was horrible, Aurora. Good to see you. She did some horrible, horrible things. And I'm surprised they haven't got to her in prison yet. I'll say that much. But Becky, great to see you. Yeah, she's one. There's like insanity floating above her head. This one's not. Let me see. Cynthia Rose, great to see you. All because of a juror. That's so ridiculous. Cheryl Mims, great to see you today. There's a new motion in the Mickey Steins case. Interesting. I'll have to look at that. Thank you, Jody. Thank you. Thank you. Looks like we got 125 of you beautiful peeps in the house here. 75 likes. Well, let me make sure that's right. Yeah. Let's make sure to hit that like button, guys. Please. It just takes a second, and that way we can get this into that algorithm in stitches. Great to see you today. All right. Thank you, Miss Rowe. Anybody interested in any of our merchandise, please check it out right there with that link. And if you have any thoughts or feelings on anything you'd be interested in, Doc J, great to see you. Make sure you let us know. Dirty Apache's in the house with us. Just pre-ordered a book called Broken Plea by Christopher Whitcomb about Idaho 4. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look at that. Thank you for the info, Third Apache. I appreciate that. Doc J, thank you for being here. So, let's kick it off here. And like I said, Kim might be joining us, but it's gonna be a little bit down the road. She had some errands to run, so on and so forth. Angie B, good to see you. So, what is on your mind today, Mr. Eddie? What do you got going on?
Speaking of Kim, one
yeah.
of my thoughts today will include commending her of what she had to share yesterday on your panel, and I'll leave that for later. So until then, you'll all be in suspense as to what that's about. There you go. If I've spoken one time about how the state has a way of manipulating the public, they weaponize ideas, words to get out their propaganda. Right. If I've spoken one time, I've spoken, a dozen, maybe more.
At the very least, yes.
Because that's, after all, that's one of the ways we can determine that this Brian Kohlberger situation, this case, means that we can conclude that he's innocent. There's many ways we can arrive at knowing of his innocence, but that is just one of the multiple ways that I've tried to share with you all. And I haven't spoken and shared my thoughts about this video that we have of Brian Kohlberger renewing his vehicle registration. But if we have a moment, I would like to do that.
I have all the time in the world for you, buddy. That's why we're here today.
So we know...
Right before you start, I want to show this because I'm interested in this as well. For all you readers out there, thank you, Tomboy, for sharing this. The link that to the book that we were just told about. This is the author. Broken Plea explores explosive truth of the Idaho murder. See the cover, exclusive. Just a little quick reading of the top of it by Christopher Whitcomb. I lost my train of thought in a meeting I called, blanked on a colleague's name mid-introduction, then sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes because I couldn't remember why I'd driven there. My doctor went quiet. Instead, I wanted to run some tests. Turns out I wasn't crazy. I just needed not that. Okay. Anyway, so there's more to it. But you guys check this out if you can get it. I'm going to for sure. And I'm kind of excited and interested because it's about evidence, folks. So we'll see what's all about that. Check it out, if you will. Broken Plea by Christopher Whitcomb. The explosive search for truth behind the Idaho murders. Bing, bang, boom. That was an ad. Yes, I know. So thank you again for the info on that. And oh my God, what happened here? Guys, I'm sorry, Eddie. Give me 1 second, buddy. I did not mean to cut you off, but I did want to throw that out there for people to see. If anybody wanted, SRB's in the house. Good to see you. $30 on Amazon, Leah said. Go check it out, guys. I will definitely be looking into it too. I want it. A lot of you guys do audiobooks, so on and so forth. Welcome, Detective Maury. Great to see you today. Oh my God. What happened here? I will get right back. Okay, we're good now, I think. My chat just went nuts. Sorry about that. Donna, welcome. Good to see you. And Eddie, go ahead, buddy. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries. So where I left off, we know, at least I hope most of us know, that the more absurd the argument, the weaker the foundation of their position. So it's either they believe what they're saying or they're being manipulators. Getting back to this video of him renewing his vehicle registration, y'all remember when the incel theory came out? Does anyone want to take a guess on when we first heard that? When that narrative was first interjected into this case?
That's a good question, because I don't remember. I know we heard it. We all did.
It was early on. Was it January, February, December, November? Was it after the arrest? If so, by how much? If it was before the arrest? If so, by how much?
SRB says, well, when did we first hear the narrative that Brian Koberger was an incel, SRB? If anybody remembers when that was. We got before the arrest, Reddit maybe. Welcome, CZ.
Yeah, Beck. It's right. Before the arrest.
So, and that's interesting.
It was November 23rd.
The day of my birthday. Nice. November 23rd of 2023, correct? 2020.
November.
Yeah.
23rd, 2022.
22, I'm sorry. I don't know what I did there. Welcome, Contessa. So, yeah, my birthday. Many things happened on that day. And it was before the arrest. So what does that say to you, Eddie? Because they hadn't had him arrested. They didn't know him yet. Or did they?
Yeah, exactly. Why would Ashley and her panel guests bring that up at that time? That's a week before the arrest.
Interesting. Premeditated. Think about it.
They just randomly brought that up as a talking point by chance, coincidence, and planted that into the narrative.
It was to get you want my opinion on it, was to get the world ready for what they were about to do.
Yes.
It started the propaganda train. They loaded up the coal, shoveled it into the fire, and started the train up. And that's where it starts. Thank you so much, Astastic, for that. Number one towards our goal today. You're amazing and gracious. Thank you so much. So, yeah. Good point, Eddie. Good point.
Yeah. As if they organically came up with that talking point and they sincerely believe what they're saying. Or maybe it's because they're being paid to push a narrative.
Absolutely.
And we recall about this grading females' papers harshly too, right? What an absurd thing to say.
Yeah.
Therefore, he hates women.
Exactly.
And throughout this entire thing, we've seen a pattern of such foundationless, ridiculous claims in this case.
That's right. That's right. And they won't allow anything other than that to be put out they never have out in public for us to hear. And until yesterday, and last week when the DMV video was released, Miss Lana reached out to Peggy Gunn, the girl that works at the DMV, did an interview with her, and we were finally given a bit of a different story to some aspect, I should say, which is interesting. They allowed for that.
Yeah, so Brian grading females' papers harshly is an argument that's representative of these types of twisted opinions.
Right. Have they proved how he graded papers? Not that I've ever seen.
In reality, he probably graded all papers fairly, also known as harshly, be it male or female. But of course, the conclusion is he hates women because it can't possibly be that their paper fell short of the mark due to them prioritizing fun over applying themselves to their coursework
Exactly. Exactly. He had expectations. Now, mind you, let me make this statement. This is criminology. Okay, these people are going to work on, in the future, whether it's cloud based forensics or whatever they're doing. Okay, these are maybe forensic specialists or whatever it is, or however it's criminology. So they need to be on top of their game. They need to be the best that they possibly can. So if Brian Koberger has a standard for what their papers should be, why is that an issue? I would expect that. That would be my expectation, Eddie. I'm sure yours as well. That you would want to know that somebody that is covering a crime scene of a case that in your neck of the woods, we'll say, you would want to know and believe that they're at the top of their game, right or wrong.
Right.
So that would lead to an expectation of doing the best you possibly can, just as he did. So therefore, because people were angry because they didn't like how he graded his papers, he hates women. Not how it works, folks.
Yeah. We'll call it ridiculous.
Beyond, yes. Welcome, K-Bass.
So it's important for all of us to push back on these insincere, baseless manipulations whenever you see it, or else we run the risk that it'll become normalized. I did that the other day when we were talking about Savannah Guthrie in her appearance in her interview with Hoda Kotb on the Today Show. If you were there, you know what we are speaking about. But we're being manipulated. And again, it's difficult to say it because Savannah is a victim. And I have a serious disadvantage to be coming out and saying such things because I'm a male. So I'm attacking a woman who's got tears in her eyes and she's a victim. It's an insurmountable challenge that I have. But even mainstream media, celebrities, and famous people have real lives too.
Right.
Maybe she someday is, she or any other famous person in the media is an actual victim of something like cancer or many other, maladies, whatever, what have you. So the fact that she's a victim of this, her mother thing, which is true, but the manipulation is okay. Let's do it this way. If I spent a lifetime manipulating all of you for a paycheck, lying to you, and that's disrespectful too, by the way. I
Right.
insult your intelligence by doing that. But more importantly, by doing that, I, for my entire time in my employ, have manipulated you to your own demise. It results in the government getting the upper hand on you, etc. You have worse situation in your communities, the safety, whatever, financial, you name it. Just because I am doing the bidding of the producers for my paycheck. And then if I fall a victim to cancer, then I've somehow reached a safe base and you can't attack me now because it's unfair to me.
Right.
Wrong. I was in the wrong the entire time for attacking you.
Oh, yeah.
I have a higher standard than you. You all listen to me and trust me. And I have betrayed that. And if you were here the other day, you know what we're talking about. It's established. We're not stabbing in the dark.
Nope.
We have spoken about this using the Today Show interview of Karen Laramie, which you can see how the mainstream media has a way of having the actors being the ones where the story originates from.
Right.
There is nothing more powerful or effective than that. And you
Agreed.
better be
Eddie,
paying close attention.
keep
Go ahead.
talking. I just have to do something real quick. I can still hear you. Just keep talking.
Okay. You need to be paying close attention and have an eye to be able to detect it, because they're not going to announce it to you. In the case of the Karen Laramie interview, the show hosts are among the actors, although they know what the game is. The desire for the final result does not originate with the show hosts. It originates with the state. And the state has a way of making that all happen. I can't prove it, but I know it. And I think you all do too. So all along in this case, and also in many other hot topic current events news stories, leaks by sources is the method of developing the narrative, because saying it themselves would be very conspicuous and it would be game over nearly as soon as it begins. The state cannot say any of the ridiculous things and be the source of their own opinions. Most of you have social media, right? Diego, do you have any social media?
Of course.
Yes. So you all know what I'm trying to illustrate here. So you're aware of examples that show the effectiveness of what we're talking about. You post something and a troll leaves a nasty comment. And the best thing for you to do is comment back and argue with the hater, and make sure you tell them off very well, because that'll ensure they come around and suddenly change their opinion and become reasonable, right?
Right.
Wrong.
I'm just going along with you.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing more effective than silence on your part and a group of your friends championing your cause and doing it instead. So it is with the state experts when they do their game. Everyone else is the speakers on their behalf. And then sometimes we can see it, most of the time not.
Right.
People oftentimes will say, shame on Ashley, shame on Nancy, shame on Vinny, shame on Dylan, shame on Bethany. Very few say shame on the originator of the propaganda. Why not? It's so frustrating to me. I hear people say if Dylan and Bethany were male, then they wouldn't be handling them with kid gloves. They'd be in jail. No, they wouldn't. They would not be handled any differently because of their gender. This is an example of not seeing the forest for the trees. And I'm not trying to be critical here. I mean cynical. It's okay to be critical, just not cynical. Constructive criticism. If Dylan and Bethany were male, then the investigators would be handling them with the same kid gloves, because Dylan and Bethany are just being used as the mouthpiece. They are the actors, like we've just outlined. Sometimes it clicks with people, and when it does, I'm delighted. So yesterday, Kim said that, Dago, wait a minute. We've been lied to over and over. And what are we using as facts for this case? If we say that the family said, and we believe them, after they betrayed our trust so many times, that's being ridiculous. So when she said that, I was applauding her. I had a hard time remaining in my seat and not come up on panel. But also, yesterday, when we watched the interview with Bethany, the investigators were saying, tell us everything you know. And the reason is so they can get ahead of it. Maybe she knows something that they don't want to be taken as a surprise to them later. So they appeal to everyone to say everything. And if it's something that's worth covering up, then they'll need to know that so they can get ahead of it. And when that arises, they take a play from that same playbook we've discussed, which is they use the family to say it. An example of this is Hunter said, get out, call 911. But in reality, he says that during the 911 call.
Right.
So, and that's just one of many, many examples. We don't have time to list them all. But when the family says it, notice how it becomes reality. And you don't get to argue and push back against it.
Very good point. Very good point. And SRB is agreeing with what your one point was earlier on when you said that about if it was male, if there was two males instead of the two females, that they would have, and I think most people say that if it would have been in a case in a right side up world, okay, normally it would have been differently, is what most people assume with that. But in this case, no, it's completely different. But she says you're right because they actually softballed all the males as well. They treated them all with kid gloves, not just those two. So, very good point.
Yes, Hunter is an example of that.
Right. And that's a huge point. Okay, we all know 1-1. He's a New York City police officer. He's a captain now. Been there 26 years, I believe, roughly. And he made it a point to make sure we talked about this one day. I'm glad you brought him up, Eddie. If you walk into a home on scene, you're called out to this call. You walk into the home and there's somebody standing there that had a knife in their hand. They walk in and lead you into the house. Never happens, first and foremost. But when they realize that when they walk in the room and they look in the room and they see the victims laying in there, Xana and Ethan, turn around. They should have drew their weapon, yelled at him to get down on the ground with his hands behind his head, handcuffed him, and detained him immediately. None of that happened. That is a perfect example of Hunter Johnson, in my opinion, being softballed and then some. I'm just giving you that as an example. So sorry, I didn't mean to overtake what you were saying, but I just want to throw that out there as to remind everybody what we saw.
No, you haven't spoken over me. It is frustrating because we're supposed to be the true crime community and better than mainstream media, but sometimes we lose our way. We fall for the tricks of the ones who are manipulating us, and have a hard time letting go. Once we learn better, of course, and it takes time to reject and push back on the ridiculous narratives that they interject. It's frustrating. It's like cat herding, like I always describe.
Yeah, I love that too.
No
And it
wonder.
is.
Go ahead. There you go.
No, it is. It is truly, and I try. I'm pretty quiet about it. Like he was saying, when the guilters start doing their thing and they start arguing about points and they start calling names and doing this and doing that, it's human nature in some aspect to argue back. But in all reality, if you think about it, by doing that, we're not doing any better than they are. So I do try to stay away from that scenario. I'll make my point, You're not going to get me into an argument over it. I'm not going to stress myself about it because I know, and I'm comfortable within what I believe and what I feel that enough that it's there's no point to go into a death match argument over it. It's ridiculous. So I'm just making that point.
Yeah, and it's hard to be the thought police or the conversation police. Nobody
Right,
wants to do that.
right. Welcome, Texas.
It's no wonder Dinky went on a walkabout.
Hmm. Yeah, good point. Very good point.
You know how saying things over and over makes it become true, so to speak?
In some aspects, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
That's another play, that the mainstream media, the state through the mainstream media uses to establish, the false truth
Yeah.
in cases like this. But I challenge our community. Some are still like gun shy or like walking on eggshells or however you want to describe it on proclaiming that Brian Koberger is innocent or not proclaiming it, rather.
Yes, there is still a generalized fear with some people.
Yeah, they
that
think
they're
it's like a safe, neutral, and I get it because content creators are business people.
right.
That would affect their bottom line. I know, I understand.
Good. That's for sure.
But if it doesn't come from the true crime community, then where does it come from? Because there's always going to be people like neighbor, and you all probably have a neighbor too. You just may not know it, that believes the narrative. If we don't normalize the fact that Brian Koberger is innocent, then they're never going to hear the truth.
That's a good point.
In like manner, if we are a repetition of that sentiment, if they listen in on your channel, for example, and they continually hear that message, and it's backed up, there's many ways to illustrate that point. His car does not have the fog lights. There's a latent print on the sliding door that's a bloody fingerprint. And that proves that and it's not Brian Koberger, so that proves that,
Right.
well, according to the state, that there's more than one person involved.
Exactly. Thank you, Michelle.
That is also another way of proving it is not even Brian Koberger's DNA on the sheath. And that is done by illustrating with the Four Brothers family tree branch and the closed IGG Frank's hearing transcript, where Larkin states it.
Right.
And Pavarotti makes a good argument about
Yes.
About that fact that it's not even his. It's not his opinion. It really seems to be Leah Larkin's opinion. And he makes it easy for all to understand the complexity of the IGG and the family tree.
Right. Real quick, thank you, Michelle F, for that membership. And whoa, polka dots. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce with us, dear. Much appreciated. So very generous and grateful to have you on board, Pokey. Welcome to the sauce. Sorry, Eddie. Go ahead.
That's it, Diggle. But yeah, just reflecting on that video of him renewing his vehicle license and registration.
Yeah.
We can
Absolutely.
see that everything that they put out about this incel business, we see it firsthand. And imagine if we didn't have the advantage. I mean, if there was no video like that, it would still possibly be doubtful in some people's minds. but we see a real life
Right.
situation of him interacting, and it kind of affirms what a lot of us were feeling, but now have, I guess, the assurance to know, because we're seeing is believing.
Well, we've seen it was very satisfying to see um, Peggy Gunn have a conversation with Brian Christopher that she had that day at DMV. It's very satisfying to see the female police officer that pulled Brian over and the interaction that they had, because again, it goes completely against this unbelievable narrative that they've pushed against this man for years. But again, watching the interaction with the law enforcement officer, the female law enforcement officer, with this incel that they've tried to create was interesting. There was nothing in that interaction that proved to me that he doesn't like women. So then we see Brian have the interaction with Miss Peggy at the DMV, and it was one of the it was more it was a nicer interaction than I've had with people from the DMV. And I you know, I'm not in his place. It was a very interesting, and then there again, Peggy did an interview with Lana yesterday, and once again reiterated, no, that she had no issues with him. He didn't make her uncomfortable. He didn't, none of it. Okay, and he did not one time treat her as though he didn't like her. He was very interactive and very kind with her and polite. That's that's an incel. Was there any? Did he demean her in any way that we saw? No. Did he talk down to her? No. Did he look at her as if though she was something less than him? No. Did he talk to her as if though she was someone less than him? No. None of that happened.
Can you
And we
imagine,
all
Bagel?
go ahead.
Can you imagine? Because the running joke is kind of like, where's the unhappiest place that you could visit in your, list of places to do business at? It's the DMV, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
that's like the punchline, because who leaves out of there happy? It's a long wait and yada yada.
Yeah,
So
and
can
it
you imagine, like, if any one of us, if they had video of our interaction, it would, at best, it would just be, there's no conversation, just,
right.
take care of. And at worst, it's, you might have gave a, side-eyed glance to someone, or who knows what. It would have
God knows what
possibly
we would have been
portrayed
accused
you
of.
in a negative way just by having a normal interaction.
Exactly. And I think Lana said the same thing. Lana's from the same state that I'm from, and we live in different parts of the state, but the people that work at my DMV here are not happy people. They're not interactive people. They number 23, what can I do for you? Oh, well, I need to renew my license. Okay, I need this, that, and this. 3735, which has gone way up. I'm just throwing these numbers out, guys.
Yes,
I'm just giving
yes.
you an example, okay? Okay. And if you're lucky, you get have a good day. End of interaction. I was like, wow, look at this. Like they talked about baseball and living in the area and how they liked it, both of them, so on and so forth. And I'm going to refer you guys back to somebody else for just a minute here. For those of you that are familiar with Elliot Rogers, a true incel who looked down upon women and believed that they were beneath him and believed that they were bad people, bad creatures, that they didn't deserve his respect. They didn't deserve him to smile at them. They didn't deserve a hi, hello, how are you? Women, they were only good for one thing, and they weren't even good at that. Elliot Rogers, folks, a true incel. This is not who Brian Koberger is. This is not who Brian Koberger has presented himself as in many circumstances. If you've been in this channel with me, I know Eddie has, How many hearings did we watch with Brian Koberger sitting in between two women? Okay. Two. Both of his attorneys, his main attorneys, were women. There was nothing but absolute respect shown there in the visual process for us. Okay? 1-1, good to see you, brother. Melissa, welcome to you. Again, there was that. There was no downtrodden looks from him towards them. It was absolute respect. When he would look at Anne, when she would present to him, it was with respect. He looked at her with respect. And in some senses, maybe more, okay, because she was presenting or she was representing him. The same goes with Eliza Massett. Okay? No. And I'm going to tell you right now, Elliot Rogers in that same position, first off, would have probably complained and said, no, I cannot be represented by women. A true incel. Here again, good to see you, senor. Another example, Brian Koberger goes to a pool party. And mind you, he's not from this area. He knows no one. He's invited to this party. He goes and takes it upon himself to start conversations with different females that are there, different women that are there. At some point, sits down in between two women, maybe flirting, maybe not, but either way, he is a 28-year-old male, and he's at a pool party. If he didn't, I wouldn't be surprised, or I would be surprised, I should say. Okay? Again, this is not something an incel would do. Allowing the conversation between Peggy Gunn and him to be the way it was, if he was an incel, he wouldn't have allowed it, folks, if you understand what I mean. If he would have been an incel, he would have not allowed her to engage with him the way that she did, in my opinion. He would have shut it down, blew her off, and moved on with his day. That didn't happen. This is not an incel. This man does not hate women. He had somebody he worked with that was interested in him in that aspect, okay? And in a more than a work relationship aspect, and maybe more than a friend aspect. And he just was more worried about school and work and his career and what he could do, and he was just not interested in her in that way, but he was kind to her about it. That's not an incel. There's nothing about him that presents as an incel to me. He's got two sisters and a mother that he showed absolute respect to. That's not an incel. All this has been is nothing but pure propaganda to create this narrative to ensure that the public believes that this man committed this crime. Period. Period, folks. And if you don't see it that way, in my opinion, you don't want to see it that way.
Yeah, you're trying to not see it.
Exactly. It's not hard to see it, folks. And this again is somebody that was diagnosed with autism, that has multiple different things wrong with him per se, I guess, for issue wise, and still overcomes those things. Okay. This is no. The incel theory is a joke to me. Brian Koberger's not a stalker nor an incel. He doesn't spatially trap people. He doesn't attack people verbally. He doesn't trap people in conversations, as we saw. I'm sorry that people want to pick on somebody that has a disability, such as that's how I see this too. But that doesn't make him a killer. And I'm sorry that because he's focused on his future career in criminology, that he chose to be involved in the topics that he was, the things that were supposedly found on his phone, this and that, and everything else. He took it seriously, just as much as I take this seriously, just as much as Eddie takes his job seriously, and the rest of us do. He did that. So therefore, there were things that he had on his electronic items and things like that make it what it is. Now, very interestingly enough, as we saw that propaganda train run for years until it came to the dead stop that it did at the end after the plea deal. Amazingly enough, you watched the prosecutor, the lead investigators all backpedal away from what they did, knowing that it probably, maybe it was their conscience, guys. Maybe it was, okay, it's enough. We got what we needed. I can't do this anymore. And this is a mental thing, I'm telling you, okay? Bill Thompson fought to prove a point that the world took and ran with and created out of nothing, that he was a stalker. Bill Thompson stood up in the court, the prosecutor, and said, and was angry about it when he said it, that he is not a stalker. He never was a stalker. He didn't stalk anybody. And you know that. Those were his words. That's interesting to me because we have victim family members saying that he was. We have multiple other creators and news outlets saying that he was, but he wasn't. The prosecutor that was prosecuting him for a crime that he didn't commit, in my opinion, said he wasn't. The lead investigators, when approached with the fact that Brian did a thumbs up after he committed the crimes to prove to the world that he did it, said, no, he didn't. He does that all the time. There's multiple pictures like that. Interesting. In a sense, the same people that prosecuted him and put him away for this defended him, if you look at it in the right aspect, in my opinion. That's quite interesting, folks. They gave him a defense as well as prosecuting him for what he didn't do. So these are thoughts to think about, you guys. Very interesting thoughts. But it's not how to get a conviction without evidence supporting guilt. Make the jury hate the accused 100%. Ray 2024. Thank you, Lucy. And that's what's happened, guys. And I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it. Welcome, Minty. I'm going to say it again. Brian Koberger was not convicted nor prosecuted by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Brian Koberger was convicted by the Court of Public Opinion based on the media, the outblast of propaganda that was pushed day after day after day after day after year to prove to the world that the man was guilty with no evidence proving it. And at the very end of all that, when he was sentenced, and they asked Bill Thompson to present their case as to how and why, Bill Thompson grabbed the one thing that had no relevance to the case at all, the PCA, the probable cause affidavit, and read it. There was no case, folks. There was no evidence. We listened for 3 years, Eddie. I'm sure you can attribute to this as well. 3 years we've heard day after day. Just wait till the trial. There's so much more evidence. There wasn't. There never was. You'll see. There's so much more. There never was. They had nothing. Nothing at all. In less than. They had less than what they presented. Nothing. Which brings the question, I know, I'll see it in the chat at some point, why Brian took a plea deal. We don't know. Nobody knows. There's a reason, though. I'll say that. There's a reason, and I feel that we will know soon enough why. Okay? And when we do, we'll know. We will know. We'll realize when we know why that happened. In my opinion. Welcome, Krista. B. Pelosi, good to see you. Musical Contessa, great to see you. If I didn't say hi, Senor, welcome. Miss Girl, great to see you. But we were also sort of kind of standing on the same square in chat and channels. Meaning what, Contessa? B. Pelosi, welcome. 1-1. Again, good to see you, buddy. Minty, welcome to you. There we go. No, BK isn't no incel. We know he loves his mother and she loves him. If he was such an incel, not even his mother would have escaped it. That's a good point. That's what I was saying. So, absolute. Absolute. Again, I truly and honestly in my heart believe that they found this man and they created this case around him from the start to the end. That's exact. Welcome, Canadian Cat Lady. Good to see you today. So that is my opinion, folks. But it's based on everything I've seen thrown at me from both sides of the fence, as we'll call it. One, how are you, bud?
Hey, what's going on?
Just having another good conversation today.
Yeah, I hopped in. I so you started like a little over an hour ago, huh? Something
Yeah,
like that. Yeah,
like 123, I think. Yeah.
yeah. Did you get to see, oh, hi Eddie, how you doing? Did you get to see Lana's the DMV
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty good.
I watched it last night. It's very interesting. I was just talking about a little bit of it, and it's
Yeah.
another way of proof that this guy that we're talking about is not an incel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she basically said there was nothing really not normal about him,
Nothing that
you
made him
know?
feel
No,
made her feel
no.
uncomfortable. No,
No.
as we all saw. Which there in turn, I'm going to ask this question. Let me ask this question to both of you. Um, why do you think that? And I'm saying it this way because this is what I believe they did. So why do you think that? And it was, yeah, Wade Bird, welcome. That I didn't even realize either that she had spoken with the grand jury. I thought that was quite interesting too to
Yeah.
throw out there. Very interesting. So why do you think that it was chosen? The path of incel was chosen for him. And I'm saying it that way because that's exactly how I see it being done. That it was chosen. They chose a way to prosecute him, and that was it. So that's my question to you.
Um, because I think it's easy. I think going that way, um, it was easy to paint a picture that, oh, here's this guy, like, oh, yeah, he might be smart, but he researches crimes and all this stuff, and look, he's into, he's a stalker, and
Right.
oh my god, he has porn on his phone. I guarantee you, if you I got a warrant and checked all of the college kids there, I would find it hard to believe if like 85 90% of the males there have some kind of porn on their phone. I mean,
Yeah. No, and
that
I'm
I
just
mean to anything at all. I mean, I almost think that makes him, that actually gives normalcy to him, that he did have that on his
agreed.
phone. But the incel part, I think, more directed towards that. I think um it directs people, just how the mainstream media is. People, with my job where I work, I mean, I don't go around obviously advertising that, that's why I'm kind of incognito, right, on the
Right.
when I come up.
Right.
A lot
Thank
of,
you, EP.
people are busy with their family and whatever, and it's many people don't, they just, I wouldn't say that they don't, it's not that they don't care. I think many people, I think, they are actually like fooled. They think the system, for the most part, does work the way it's supposed to work. Like, yeah, sure, nothing, they know nothing is perfect, and they've heard stories. Some people have been convicted that were actually innocent here, that, but I don't think the majority of the country or the world, whatever, however you want to look at it, that they actually realize the nonsense and that really goes on. Um it really is not, I know, the answer is like, well, what is a better system then? I don't have the answer immediately at the tip of my fingers what's better, but I'm sure we could come up. I'm sure there are things, if we all sat down together, all the creators, even, Dago, Lana, Pav, Lee, everyone brainstormed and put their stuff together. I'm sure we could come up with a more fair system. I mean, you hear even from these experts, they say that even a crime scene itself, they only get about 25% of the evidence of a crime scene. And then from that 25%, it's such a small percentage of even that even gets to the grand jury or even to the court. So now you have someone that they're going for, murder one, or going after murder or the death penalty or whatever the charge is. And it's such a small percentage of even the evidence that's there. And there's so much part of the evidence that the jurors don't even get to hear. And you hear, how many times have you heard later on from different jurors of all different cases where they're like, wow, we weren't, we didn't know such and such fact that probably would have changed my opinion. And I understand. I know they're like, oh, well, it creates bias and this and that, but no, but certain things, it's not about creating bias. Like certain things, it's a pattern, people's pattern of behavior. So when you have a very violent crime that happens, okay, to me, you have one of two things happen. You have someone who's just really evil in nature, like there's just something not wired correctly in their brain that they, whatever it is, maybe it's some kind of, maybe the way they developed, maybe they were I know a lot of these people tend to be abused, or certain things that happened when they were a child, and the way they were, as they matured, it had a deep effect, and I can believe that. Or you have crimes of, you want to call like a crime of passion, or a crime which I don't put as the same. Murder is murder, yes, but it's not, to me, it's a difference. Like someone, attacks your son or your daughter, and you flip out and you wind up killing the other person. Yes, you still committed murder, but it's not this. It's a different, a completely different type of per se crime. But the whole incel thing, I think it's just, I think the world, or the United States as a whole, I just think people, they just go their day-to-day business, and they really think that the system works. Like, oh, they got, I don't know how many times I've heard, a lot of time has passed now, right? A few years, the Idaho, they're like, oh, I remember that case, the college kids that were killed, they got the guy, right? And people know very little facts. So they just know what Nancy Grace or Skeletor has said. That's it. They don't do a deep dive into the documents. They don't know about the fog lights and all this stuff. So it's sad. It really is. It's sad that this is kind of what our society has come to. And it's a scary thing, because you look at it like, if this is not some kind of operation or whatever that BK is part of, and he's just like some kind of fall guy, or patsy guy or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's very scary, because this could happen to any one of us. That's exactly the point. It's scary.
And you just hit hit the nail on the head, and I'm going to get to Eddie here and ask his thought on that
Yeah.
initial question in a second. But you said something. This is how this happened, folks. This is absolutely how this happened. What you just said is a fact, the absolute fact in this. Many people, most people, okay, and it's not. I don't think it. I slightly disagree with you, but not to a point that you're wrong. Just to
Yeah.
a bit of a twist, okay. When
Yeah.
you're saying that most people think the system works, I don't think it's that. What I think it is that they don't want. There's a group. There's different groups, but I think it's like two. Two. One of them is that they don't care to challenge it because they don't care. They don't need to know if it works or it doesn't work. They're not interested in that. It's like, okay, so the police arrested John Doe because he robbed this bank. That's all I care about. They arrested him. It's done. It's over. Move on. Or
Right.
police arrested John Doe, but it wasn't him. It was somebody else that did it, and nobody looks into, like you said, this is the point. Nobody reads the documents. Nobody knows the details behind it. They know what mainstream media has given the world, and
Yeah.
that's enough for them
Right.
as compared
Right.
to the rest of us here who want to see absolute justice, that know that what they're doing, obviously, and we wouldn't know this either. If they would not have released any of this to us, we wouldn't know. We'd have
Right.
no clue. We'd all just said, okay, they got the guy, moving on, but this is where it changed. They released a document to us, the PCA, and every one of us, most of us that are in here looked at it and went, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. How is that possible? Why did these two roommates not call 911 until 8 hours later? That is what threw the red flags up for everybody, okay? In my opinion. Why was there 35 people there and nobody was detained and swabbed and separated and interviewed, and all of this is coming from people that don't carry a badge such as you. We have no knowledge, other than common sense about these things, and we all challenged it. There in turn, as more things started being leaked out, very slowly dripped out to us, we're learning more and more and more and more. And like SRB said last night, I was talking to her a little bit about this stuff. Like, the reason why most of us can't let go of this is because they have slowly given us little bits and pieces of, well, maybe this puzzle piece will fit now. Oh, no. Okay, let's move it over here. Okay, it fits there. It's little by little by little by little that it's starting to open up more. And at some point, I do believe this is all going to, blow up again. But that's what I'm saying. The point that I was just that I was making is that nobody has done what we've done. Not nobody. Most people haven't done what we've done. They just watch the news, listen to what they say, and that's all. They don't care enough to look at it and say, "Wait a minute. Why? How? When did that happen? Why are you saying that?" All of that. That's not what happened. Most people aren't comfortable enough with themselves to challenge that. Most people don't want to
Right.
challenge it because it
Yeah.
doesn't, there's people that have fear. I'll say that. There's a fear to challenge, to buck the system, because they don't want to, they think it's going to affect them maybe somehow or something. Who knows? But the problem is, though, is we can't allow that, folks. This is all challenging a document that's been put up on a wall for us for years. It is what stabilizes us as American people in this country. And when you challenge that, there's a problem because, like you
Yeah.
just said, it can happen to every one of us. So
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Exactly. And all that's all we ever asked was just show us the proof. Okay, you say BK he's guilty, okay, he took the plea or whatever. Just show us the evidence. Show us the evidence that it's him. Show it.
They could never do that.
I think I believe you're the same way, Dago, too. If you show me the evidence and prove it to me, then I can change my mind. I can change. Absolutely. That happens all the time. Just because I may think like a certain way, but if you show me no, then I'm wrong. Like, no, this is the proof. This is sure, just show it to me. But like you just said a few minutes ago, all these promises they said, like, oh yeah, all the proof is gonna come out. No, but it hasn't. It's actually gotten worse. It's actually the opposite.
Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry, bud.
Yes, to your question, I recall what it is. Why the incel label? Why did they choose that for him? I think because
Yeah.
he's just in the same way that they have to put out propaganda, they have a way to identify how to take something and twist it. For example, anything noble or normal can be twisted into malicious. They have a way of doing that.
Yes.
Such as he's got no girlfriend, so therefore it'd be easier for them to go the incel way for that. 13 times in Moscow in the past however many months, that equals surveilling the victims. He studies criminology. Okay, there is a way to get mileage out of that one. That means he's trying to pull off the perfect crime to see if he can get away with it. Shopping at Albertsons in Clarkston. Well, that implies he's running away, from what he did. It's what I was talking about earlier. The more absurd the argument, the weaker their position. And you have to be able to identify that and call it out when you see it. And we did. Early on, we were talking about how absurd that the PCA was. That is not the normal way of, the way a prosecutor would go about his business in a right side up world. That was our first clue of many that we used to know that there was foul play.
Yeah, and you see how they very creatively, not to go into a whole big thing again about his phone, but just for anyone, if you haven't read it or reread it again, sometimes some of the stuff you got to go over again and read it again or watch a video again. Look at the PCA where they talk about the FBI specialist talking about how in a case like this, it would be kind of like I forget the exact words, but it would be normal for someone who would commit this type of crime who would turn their phone off. But never in the document, it doesn't say that BK actually turned off his phone. All it says is that someone who would commit a crime, it would be believable that they would, and his expertise. So they word it in such a way to make you think that BK turned his phone off, and then the mainstream media, they ran wild with it. Just like they said that for a year and a half or 2 years that he cleaned his car in his parents' garage there with bleach and all this stuff, and it's all nonsense, all lies.
Yeah, and they have a dog whistle. They have a way of having the mainstream media minions do their bidding without being obvious about it.
Right.
There's just a way of communicating that's just under the table, but they're very adept at doing it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and they say, and they're like, they throw it out there, and then it's a kind of like a common principle. It works with many things. If someone comes in every day and you call someone an idiot every day, then everyone starts believing, oh, this guy is an idiot. They just keep throwing it down everyone's throat. Oh, he's an incel. Oh, his phone his phone was turned off. So as soon as someone hears that, oh wow, the murders happened at 4:00, whatever, 3:30. Oh, he turned his phone off. Oh, but they're not. They tune out. Wait, even if you believe, like it's like you just said, Eddie, before, you have to, if it doesn't make sense, you have to ask questions. This is a guy going. This isn't like, oh, some guy that just did well in school. He was going for a PhD in a very special field. Anyone, that's it's like the highest. That's the highest level you can do in academia, right? He is, what one of his previous professors said, she only recommended, I think, like 2 or 3 people, right? In like a 10-year period for the
Yeah.
program. So
Yeah.
he is very smart. So someone that's very smart, and not only is he very smart, his specialty is about crime. Is about
He
crimes.
excelled. Yes.
And you're gonna tell me he's just gonna throw all that out the window, use his own car, turn
And
his phone off. It doesn't make sense, because that's not how it happened. It's so obvious, but again, the everyday person, they just hear what's on the news. Oh my god, and it's going to continue, because what? And I'm just waiting for this Lifetime movie to come out, and what they're gonna do with the
gonna
Lifetime
start
movie.
all
You
over
know
again.
it. You know it. They're gonna have BK, whoever, I don't know who they have playing him. They're gonna have him be some kind of crazy incel, and he's gonna be like stalk. Somehow, whatever they're gonna do in the show, they're gonna have him like, he's kind of
Yeah.
like, maybe he met one of them or something at a party or whatever, and he's gonna be like stalking them, even though, like you said, Brian Thompson said they have no evidence of any stalking or anything at all.
Bill
They're
Thompson.
still,
Yeah.
they're gonna show that he stalked them and this and that, and then you get ahead, and everyone's gonna be like, oh, you see, and it's like, yeah, it's a Lifetime movie that means nothing, but how many people are gonna watch
It'll
it? And
it'll start all over again.
yeah, it's gonna start all over again.
Now, here's the point that I was making too, is what happened. If you notice how this all went down, they used the media, and in some senses, some of social media, to convict him. That's all they did. Okay. But they did it in a way that they could cover their asses with. Because, like I said earlier, they sat back and they started releasing these things to the news, to this, to that, so on and so forth, and they just let it roll. Okay? The propaganda train, as I've been calling it for years. They let it roll right down the track until it came to a stop finally in, convicted station. Period. I know some of these things are corny, so just bear with me. You guys know I'm a cornball. So anyway, that happened. And then what they did then was they covered their asses to make sure nobody could come back on them and say, you lied. You lied. This wasn't true. That wasn't true. You did this. You did. But they didn't, because what they did is, like I was saying at the end of this, and in some parts throughout it, Bill Thompson standing up and yelling at the world, he didn't stalk them, and he didn't stalk them, so on and so forth. There was that. Then when you have Gilbertson and Payne, the two lead detectives on this, come forward and say, well, this didn't happen. He does the thumbs up thing all the time, so no, that doesn't have any meaning. After they allowed it to be broadcast to the world in multiple different directions to make everybody believe that on that side, the people that would believe it, and then they said, no, he never went and put trash in his neighbor's garbage can. That's not true either. And no, he didn't clean his car with bleach. That's not true either. And no, he wasn't doing this. And no, he wasn't doing that. They allowed for all of that to happen. And then at the end said none of it was true. They allowed somebody to do their
Yep.
work for them, as always. And then they covered their asses by nobody can go back and say, well, you guys did this and you did that. And so, no, we didn't. We told you that he didn't do that. We told you he wasn't a stalker. We told you that the thumbs up photo didn't mean that he had done what he did. Blah, 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 blah. That's how they did what they did. And they walked away
Yeah.
from it clean and clear, washed their hands, and here they sit. Happy go lucky.
Yep. Yep.
And that proves now it anybody can do that and get away with it. And I promise you it will happen again
Yeah.
and again
It's
and again
scary. It's a scary
until
thing.
somebody stops this.
Yeah.
Okay? Period. It has to stop, folks, because it can happen to any one of us. Even an NYPD police officer, it could happen to. Just
Yeah.
because they chose for that person to be that person.
Yeah.
They walked everything back that they had, including the fact that Brian turned his phone off. Well, we never said he turned his phone off. All we said was it looked like his phone was turned off. Everything they said on this guy, they walked it back. Everything. They bring out a sheath and say he bought it. Never showed a receipt. I still don't know. Did Brian Koberger purchase a K-bar knife and sheath and sharpener? We don't know that because I've never seen a receipt. One, I know you haven't, and Eddie, I know you
No.
haven't either because
No.
they've never presented one. But they got away with it far enough to be able to put him in prison.
Yeah.
It's beyond scary, you guys. Okay, beyond scary.
And then one of the big things too, there was, a huge red flag that we have spoken about many times, the FBI couple there who the FBI cell phone experts
The barnyard.
that are giving their opinion on certain things that they're not even qualified to give their opinion on, but some of the stuff that they're saying, oh, look at all these wacky pictures that he took. So I looked at it. I looked at all those pictures that that were out there that we're seeing, and the big red flag for me, just because I know about responding to crimes and from my experience of what I've seen, and I'm sure Dago will tell you his side too. He's seen just as much as I have, or more, with what his job was. Uh, you got all these pictures of BK without his shirt on, and these were supposedly, time stamped, right? And they happened the morning, that morning or soon after all these crimes happened. Where's all the bruising? Where's anything? We know that at least Xana, right, fought for her life. That you're gonna tell me that even if none of them, even if not one of the victims fought, and we know that they did, the amount of stabbings and the amount of whatever stabbings, slashings, hits, whatever you want to tally them as, there's something like at least somewhere between like 100 and 200 like hits. You're gonna tell me he doesn't have one little nick, one bruise? He would have had bruising on his hand. He would have had something. I didn't see one bruise on his. What he had a little Band-Aid on one finger or some. That's nothing. He should have had all kinds of bruising, some maybe some kind of scratches, something. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That was a big red flag to me.
I agree, and what Mimi
Now,
just said goes right into that. Whoever fought with Xana did not come out unscathed.
now,
No
now
doubt
I want to
about
be
that.
now I want to be clear, because he doesn't have those scratches and he doesn't have those marks. Does that mean that he wasn't involved at all? No, that doesn't mean he wasn't involved. That doesn't mean that he wasn't there. That he didn't drive someone there. But you put all the stuff together that we know. We know that suspect vehicle 1 was not BK's car. It was not. So whatever you want to believe, I don't know. I know he went drive. I don't know. If you want to say that somehow he was there or he was part of it. If that is the case, he wasn't there alone. There were other people involved, because I don't know how someone who was involved in this incident, that had their interaction with Xana and has no marks, has nothing on them. I just can't believe. I just don't believe that.
I agree. Welcome, James Moen. Um, And I know what you're saying, and I was even at that point about a year ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you guys. Here's another thing too. Everything you just said, there's not one mark on this guy. There's not one. Xana fought to the death. Okay, kicking, punching, clawing. Welcome, Paco. All of that. Angel D, good to see you. Not one mark on him. Okay.
Right. Right.
Not to mention, the man didn't take. If he did this without taking one bit of 4 victims' DNA out of that house with him to his car, to his home, to his parents' home, to his job. None of it. Not one. And I remember, Eddie, I know you remember for sure when we all said and thought, okay, this is it. When the testing comes back on this car, it's going to be a petri dish, and that'll prove that Brian did this.
Yeah. Right.
Nothing.
Right. So that's, I mean, the only way that BK could have been there, he had to have been in someone else's car. His car was not there. There's no way. There's no way his car.
Yeah,
You know.
right. Which makes no sense to me
Right.
at all. It just doesn't. And I'm at
Exactly.
the point now where, and I'm not, condemning you for saying it. I get it, 100%. A lot of people are saying, okay, if Brian was there, maybe he was part of it. Maybe he was something, a driver. He was this, he was that. That's fine. I respect that, you guys. I personally can't say any of that at this point. I don't
Yeah.
believe personally that Brian had anything to do with any of this whatsoever. Nothing. I can't. I've tried to process that. I've tried to make myself forcibly believe just to see how, you know what I mean? That he could have had something to do with this. And at this point,
Right.
I can't
And
make
it's
myself
just,
believe it.
and it's the question is where did the tip come from? Where did they
Right.
get him?
No,
Where did they
there's
get his name from? Where
sure.
was his name? Where did they get his name from? Because I honestly believe, I know, we've talked about it a bunch of times recently on Crimes After Dark. I truly believe that Jack Decor was supposed to take the blame for this. I really do. I really think that they were trying to lure him. I know he was the prime suspect. Obviously, he's the ex-boyfriend of Kaylee. But those ten calls, texts, whatever, at that it I really think they were trying to get him. Someone was trying to get him back to that house at that moment. I mean, you already know some of his DNA should be possibly in the house already, but if you can have him there, it would have been hard for him to explain.
Exactly. And if you, real quick, let me give some space for Eddie. Anything to say, Eddie, as we go forward yet?
Well, I remember, before we learned about, whether or not the car had, the returns on the forensics of the car.
Right. Right.
Yeah, what you were just talking about. I remember going on a panel and saying, there's no hope. Because I just heard one of my channels that I follow. She said, the content creator, whether it's male or female, said, if that car has the victim's DNA in it, then I'll believe that he has something to do with it. He's the guy.
Right.
And
I remember you saying that too.
I did not. I'm like, well, first of all, that content creator has a lot of followers and everybody respects what that content creator says, has a lot of clout. So I'm like, I'm freaking doomed. I mean, Brian Kohlberger is doomed if there's DNA in that car. And I know that they have the ability. The state has the ability to do that. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it. Well, thank God that they didn't.
And I've always wondered that too. That's a good point, Eddie, that you bring up. That didn't we talk about that years ago, Eddie? about how they have the ability to, like, they could have actually probably planted his DNA or that DNA in the car?
Yeah, I
You
wonder if they had conversations about doing that.
I
It just,
yeah,
but
and it
I
interesting.
nothing, nothing,
Not
because
even a
I
hair.
am so assured of. I can just see it. I don't know. I can just see it. I can't explain any further than that. I just know. I just knew then that he's innocent.
Yeah, I
Victim DNA in
remember.
that
Yeah.
car. That's just more evidence to me that he didn't do it.
And no evidence, and they also there's no evidence that he was using bleach to clean the car either. That
Nothing.
also, so
That was
I just
another media created
yeah,
propagandized
yep,
lie that they allowed and they used as a tool to convict him. And then once it
uh-huh,
came out once he was convicted, then they said that never happened. They used it till they didn't need to use it anymore.
right, right.
Oh, yeah, Rui Manu. Good comment. They didn't
Oh,
dare plant DNA in his car due to the affidavit of Cyray.
that's a good thank you. That's a good point because and they knew that. Thank you, Rui. Thank you for saying that because I was going to go to that next. Okay, they knew that Cy could prove that that car wasn't there. Okay, they knew that he has the
Yep.
ability to prove that that car was not there that night. Okay, so they're in turn. If and here's what would have happened. Okay, think about this, you guys, and formulate this for a minute. If they would have planted DNA in that vehicle, anything, a blood droplet, a couple hairs, anything, anything at all, and it would have came forward, size evidence would have been pointed to it. Guess what would have happened at that point? Then it would have flipped the case upside down, and then it said everybody would have realized. Even the guilters would have said, "There's no way it's possible. How did that DNA get in there if the car wasn't there then? Oh, gee, it must have been planted," and they would have lost that. They'd have lost everything right there. So therefore, in
Yeah,
turn, it couldn't have happened. So thank you for saying that, Rui. Very good
yeah.
point.
And then the other big thing too that bothers me so much, which you've said, you and Lee and Lana and everyone else have been screaming from the rafters. Bill Thompson's statement there at the end at the plea bargain, along with we can't, he wasn't stalking, he never stalked, all that. His other big statement there saying that we can't place him at the house. What do you mean you can't place him at the house? Yeah, your your main piece of evidence is this touch DNA in the knife sheath, right?
Right.
So
Right.
so you're saying that you can't place him in the house, but but you're going to go along with this because his touch DNA is on the knife sheath?
It
Well,
wasn't even
but
enough.
but you just said that you can't place him in the house. So if you can't place him in the house, like what?
Agreed. Agreed. And here's the point. Another great point Lucy's making. He knew this because he knew his location at 254, and it placed him too far from Floyd's. Hold on, because this is a 3-4 parter.
Yeah,
It placed him too far from Floyd's to be seen at 302. That is why they use and the fog light things pisses me
right.
off when these other creators are doing this whole bullshit. That's why they use the other white car with the fog lights to say it was Brian.
Yeah,
Facts are facts, folks. Bingo. So thank you, Lucy, for pointing that out as well. They knew that. They knew that. So that's why there's more than one car involved in this. Cindy, Ella, thank you for joining us. I think I said your name right. But that's another great point, guys.
yeah,
Look at what they have done. This is what I'm trying to another thing that is a big deal to me too, which tells me that what this cover up is covering has got to be a big deal, a very big deal. Because look at the lengths, the the depths that they have gone to try and make this stick. Okay? It's horrendous, you guys. It's amazingly horrendous. I cannot imagine anyone ever going through this much to prove a case like this. but they did it. And here we sit, still in full doubt that the man that they have sitting in prison is the one that committed this crime. Honestly, that's what tells you that whatever is behind this, whatever, the wizard has behind the curtain there, is something very large and very bad. The fog light car is what they point to that is heading in the direction of Moscow. That's why, yeah, exactly. And that's what Ann was talking about. That 7 minutes absolutely matters. So, 100%. Welcome, Hemi. So, again, because it is not Brian's car, instead they claimed his phone stopped reporting at 247 because they couldn't say after 247 the phone shows his location here. Right. Thank you. So this is unreal, folks. It is unreal, the depths and the levels that they climbed on this to do this. It blows my mind, which is hence why I think we all hate this case so much. But can't walk away from it because we know. We can sit and look at this day after day, and we know what they've done. The only question, and this is why I think none of us can walk away from it, is why they've done it. That's what we don't know. That's what we want to know. Why did you do this? Why did you sacrifice one person, or 5 people for that matter, with the deaths of these kids, to ensure that what you we're trying to present to the world actually stuck?
Yeah, Daigle, I want to emphasize what you just said. How serious, whatever this is that they're covering up, that has got to be a reason that they would all be willing to, and this is what I've forever called all on board. They're all willing to get on board with it. And they are. I have an all on board list. And you probably all heard that. But it's hard for us to wrap our heads around the fact that, how can there be a cover-up when so many are involved? Well, it's even more challenging to consider a cover-up where there's just 1 or 2 involved. Where would it start? At what? So, who, if it was just like one person doing the cover-up, how would the prosecutor be able to get away with it? The judge would surely see through it. Or if it started with Corporal Payne, how could he get such a thing over on the prosecutor, Bill Thompson? So on and so forth. Guys are all on board, to include the families.
Here's the thing that bothers me with Hitler. Okay, he had a chance with that with Cyril. As soon as he just pretty much threw that man up underneath the bus and said nothing that he can say is going to change anything. It's all Hitler. And I keep going back to that other judge that did the Daybell trial. Something similar happened in that. It was all about the DP. In the Lori Battles case, he's the reason why she didn't get the death penalty. It was because of that judge, it was thrown out. And that was it. Hitler showed his true colors. He was there to make sure that the accusation that Cyril brought up in his affidavit was not going to throw this case out.
Well, let me speak on that real fast. We're first real quick. Thank you, Hummy. Eddie, were you done with what you were saying?
The only thing I could add to that is, and I've talked about this a little bit in a past live stream of yours, but we look at Morris's body cam, and I asked, who's the person in charge of that crime scene? And it can't be emphasized enough that it is the prosecutor.
Of course.
in that crime scene, who was in charge. And there is a conflict of interest there, because that's just not normal. That would, it could bias, if that was in a right side up world, that biases things in the prosecutor's frame of reference. So,
and he was, don't mistake it, folks. He's right. That Bill Thompson was in charge of everything in the case, top to bottom, inside, out, whatever. He was the boss, period, of everything. So that's a fact. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah. So to leave off with is, it was already happening right then. Whatever was supposed to be cleaned up or figured out, it was already in play.
I agree with that. I think the moment he stepped into that house, that Bill Thompson stepped into that house, that was the kickoff right there, period.
Remember in the past how I've shared about this on 14th of November on CREM 2, Janelle Finch was sharing a statement by Olivia on behalf of the G family, saying, stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police. And how I said, that is very suspicious. That's just a red flag.
Yeah.
And
that early on, especially.
You have to be able to identify that. I can't help you to see it, but
it's a fact.
There it is. That's bad news.
And that was what day did you say? November 14th, you guys. The day after, okay? The day after. When a family member steps forward who turned to bed, in some senses, I guess you could say, was the spokesperson for the most part, because she put herself in that point. The day after these murders happened. One day. Not 1 week or a month. It was one day. Makes that statement. If you don't recognize a problem there with the red flag, as Eddie pointed out back then, that's a problem. Okay? That is how can I say this? That was per request. Let me put it that way. I think she was put up to that from the, I believe she was put up to do that task by the prosecutor himself, per se.
Yeah, and it's not even Olivia remotely like on panel able to be seen. It's just Janelle Finch, the reporter, saying this in the studio. So obviously what I kind of opened the show with today, it's the state has a way of doing it, and they're already doing it.
Right. Absolutely. That's exactly how I believe it happened. It to see somebody from a family, I guess you could say, to come forth the very day after this happens and to make that statement. Guys, there was not enough time, let me see how to phrase this. Not enough time, in my opinion, had passed for them to have to make a statement like that, okay?
Right.
It was one day. It wasn't a week or a month or a year. It was one damn day. They premeditated what was going to happen. They needed to know right then and there, and they needed the world to know who's in charge. This is how this is going to go. And it was the whole trust us, bro. This is where we're going with this, no matter what. And then they went forward on to say those things repeatedly. So, yeah, that's the point that he was making with that.
And note, what I've tried emphasizing multiple times is the state would have you believe that it's the family, who, by the way, of course, is a victim, and who would dare ever speak against them. Having the family put that information out, because, again, there is nothing more powerful or effective than having the family say it. The state saying it the effectiveness would pale in comparison to having the family say it.
Of course. And it did. And we all know that they used the Gonsalves family as a tool through this entire thing to create, to run, and to keep the narrative running Steve himself admitted to that he in his own words stated that he had told people and asked people to put out misinformation at times, that he himself did it at times, so on and so forth. Why would anybody do that unless they were directed to do that? It makes no sense otherwise. Patricia Powell, thank you for joining us. Says, I found out that Judge Hippler broke a Supreme Court law by not forcing him to explain why or how he did this crime. I learned it was the judge's place to enforce that for the family's confirmation. Well, that's an interesting statement. I'm going to look into that a little bit, Patricia. Thank you for that. I mean, I know that typically that is the judge's job. Okay. I don't know
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it pertains to different circumstances in different ways, I think, though. But what did he tell us? Since she brought that up, what did the judge say himself about that? Same thing that the prosecution said. You wouldn't understand, even if he did, which insulted the world by telling us we're stupid. We wouldn't understand what he was saying, and that he would lie. Those were that's what they said. If Brian were to allocute, we wouldn't understand him, one, and then he would lie to us. You don't know that. What place is it? It's not his place to say that. As we all saw once, many times, the man stepped out of his position into
Right.
some other position and said things to us that he never should have said, which tells you what? What does that tell you? He fought tooth and nail, and again, he fought tooth and nail to ensure that, as Eddie had said, or somebody had said earlier, I'm sorry, I get confused for every time to time when we have people up here, but that he made sure that he stepped on the throat of Cy Ray in his ability to make a statement, because I think at that point in time he knew it would have destroyed the case right there, and that is not what he was commissioned for in this case. And I hate to say that, but show me something that proves otherwise. Thank you, Hoffy, for that, brother. I appreciate that. I commend your perseverance, my friend. I still watch you and others. Happy Easter. Same to you, brother. And thank you for that. Number 2
Right.
towards our goal today. Very much appreciated.
Right.
They-
You would think as a judge to be unbiased, you would think all right, you're not going to make BK or whoever, you're not going to make the person go through every second of every little thing that they did, but as a judge, to make sure you maintain the integrity, and it's an actual, like, this is the person who was involved and did these crimes, you think that they would say, okay, I want you to, tell us X, Y, and Z, at least like 3 or 4 different things that the public doesn't have this information, that only the
Right.
killer would know.
Right. One thing would have been
Although,
enough,
right.
but he couldn't
I
even
want
do
to
that.
hear, right. I want to hear from you. You want the plea bargain and whatever, fine. Then you're going to have to say, tell me something that only the killer would know, so I know that because anyone could say, oh yes, I'm the killer, no one has threatened me, I'm not under duress or anything. That they're just words, it doesn't mean anything,
Right.
but to prove it, okay, I want to tell me tell me something that only the killer would know, and that's, you would get your answer right there.
Right. Right. No, and that's the thing. Is there's 2 reasons I believe that they didn't allow for that. Okay? 2. One is because I think they all knew Brian couldn't do it, because he had no way to provide that information. And if they would have asked him to do it and he did do it, it would have been a lie and it would have voided the plea. Okay? And if ever proven that he lied about it, it would have voided his plea. These are my opinions, of course, folks. I'm not telling you this is a fact. But one, again, he couldn't do it. Brian had no information to be able to talk about with this crime because he wasn't there. He didn't commit the crime. So therefore, and they knew that, I think. And then, like I said, if he did say something, it would have been a lie because he wasn't there. They knew that as well. And it would have voided the plea. Those are my opinions. That's why they didn't allow him to do it, in my opinion.
It might be a detriment to Hitler in the long run because they didn't put Cyril on. They didn't get his statements. They got the affidavit, but they didn't put him on record. So I think that might be to his demise there. Because if somebody was to can use Cyril to get this appeal, get his appeal open, I think he pretty much hurt himself more than he helped himself with Cyril. So the last time we've heard from Cyril was way back in Latah. But it kind of got me thinking that maybe just before he got the case, there was a conversation that was had with Hitler because he wanted to make sure, they wanted to make sure that he gets strict timeline. That way, Ed can't do anything with it. He's not going to deviate from his schedule. That's why his schedule was so tight.
They had to
That's
make
why
sure.
he came off.
Basically, they had to make sure he was on board.
Yeah.
And that's how
So
I see it. And I have no shame in saying that. Okay, people think, oh, you're insane. You think that they got a judge on board and they paid off a judge or whatever the hell it was that they did. Why is that insane?
And
Somebody tell me why that's hard to believe.
I'm sorry, Dago, but I had to compare other cases with the way Hitler ran his. That's why I keep bringing up the judge that did Daybell. But if you was to look at the other cases, like the one in New Mexico, uh, about the famous actor that got accused of shooting somebody with a prop.
The Alec Baldwin case, the Rush case. Yeah.
If you was to look at that trial, that judge that was over the trial was on that prosecutor's ass, big time. The right thing to do whenever you had the affidavit was Hitler should have called the prosecutor and Taylor in his chambers and go, "Hey, look, you're gonna have to explain this because if this is true, then I ain't gonna have no choice but throw this case out."
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and Lucy makes, this point, Hitler did not even have the record forensically examined. Interesting, folks. Also, he said that Cyril didn't name names. Well, we know he did. Boyd Jackson was out. He absolutely jumped over top of everything Cy put out there and ran from it and blocked it as much as he could because he knew what it was going to do. He knew that was going to shut this down, which is why he got so angry, called him a conspiracy theorist, and tried to play it off as though Cy was insane or something. But no. And said, oh, he didn't even mention the 7 days because it didn't matter. That's why he didn't mention the 7 days. It had nothing to do with this, folks. Nothing. And the thing that makes me the most upset is he knew that as Ashley sat there and said that they did not have the data, he knew she was lying to him and allowed it.
Yeah, it was all over her face.
It's nuts. It's not even that. It's not even that because he knew that they had. I mean, yeah, you could look at her face and tell that she was not being real, but it is what it is. But yeah, you know that he had. They had Xana and they had Maddie's and 3,800 other people's, but you didn't have Brian Koberger's. You're a liar. You're a liar, and you have. You're a liar, and you have displayed some of the worst prosecutorial misconduct I've ever seen in my life. Possibly.
And what was the part that we always just get pissed off about? The 7 days. Hitler made a big deal about that 7 days. That was a strategy. In my humble opinion, he used that as a strategy.
Well, and like Lucy said, it only applies to state and local agencies. The FBI does not have to deal with that. They never have. They're the FBI, for fuck's sake. The FBI. Those 3 letters are there for a reason because they can do whatever they want. They don't have to worry about 7 days or 10 days or 2 days or 3 hours or 4 years. It doesn't matter. They can do what they want. That didn't apply to them. What's up, Dilly Dale? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, just got off work, got done with my post-work meal, and came in to hear everybody yelling.
Absolutely. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us, and good to see you, Disable Me. Great to have you here. So, yeah, there's facts, folks, and it's funny because I don't have a law degree. I'm pretty sure that Eddie doesn't, and Dylan and Hemi and one has maybe a police commission, but and upholds the law, but he doesn't have the same degree an attorney or a judge has. Okay, and we knew something was wrong with that. We knew. Okay. I don't understand how this is. What I don't understand, and I wrote a letter sent a letter off to the Department of Justice, which of course they've ignored me. I'm probably on some list now or something, but they ignored me. They didn't respond to me. So what I don't understand is why they're not looking at this and saying why and how. That's what I don't get at all. So welcome, Dylan.
I mean, there's 2 things alone that would get this case thrown out entirely, and that is Billy getting to the scene before the coroner. That's enough to get the case thrown out. And then you have the evidence being renumbered and not documented.
Yeah, why did that happen? That's another great point that
Yes.
there was a lot of, excuse my language and wording on this, but there was a whole lot of fuckery when it come to stuff like that. Okay, many things. The lead detective renumbers all of the forensic evidence. What? And why and how is that okay? And they'll give some excuse as to, well, we wanted to make sure everything was right. Blah blah blah. So no, that's not okay.
If you wanted to make sure everything was right, you would have documented it. You wouldn't have left it up to the lab to find it out.
Then yeah, and then they send off. This is another problem for me, and I don't trust it. Instead of sending, okay, the only thing that they had that they claim is evidence, which is still a joke to me, is a knife sheath. Okay, and we all have our questions about the knife sheath. They send this thing off. They tell us, they make it sound like in the doc. They're very good at word salad. Okay, they're very good at making a huge word salad with a whole bunch of bullshit dressing on it. Okay, they tell us that they send this off to have it tested, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And I think we all expected they sent this off. That's not what they did. They sent off a swab. Do I trust that? No, not even close. Because guess what? They could have swabbed anything. They could have swabbed Brian's asshole for all we know and sent it off. Okay? Sorry, I know that's vulgar, but I'm just saying it irritates me to no end at the little things they've done in this case that are just supposed to be accepted. There's a fire that destroyed evidence, supposedly. There's a refrigerator that was left open that destroyed evidence that didn't even need to be refrigerated, supposedly. There's a missing there's missing interrogation reports and documents that are missing from Gilbertson. Where are those at? The mini recorder. Where's that at? Where's the written report that he was supposed to fill out that Brett Payne says with for more questions refer to Detective Gilbertson's report that doesn't exist. It's missing. Conveniently, it's missing. Are you serious? And we're just supposed to look the other way and go, okay, Brian did it. Brian did it. Brian did it. It all makes sense. Brian did it. Why can't we see Brian's interview from Pennsylvania? Tell me, somebody give me a good reason. And I'm going to step away real fast to grab my coffee and use the bathroom. I'm going to turn this. I'll still be able to hear you guys. But on the panel here, I want to hear you guys. And don't talk over each other, guys, please. Give each other room. But I want to hear why you guys think that we're not allowed to see the Pennsylvania interviews for Brian Koberger?
I mean, it's quite simple. We're gonna hear things that is gonna absolutely destroy the prosecution, or it's a farce. It's even more of a farce than what we even believe.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'd love to hear the questions that they asked.
Maybe they employed some unfair tricks or practices.
I mean, for all we know, he was threatened.
Right. Right.
Is anybody putting it past Bill Thompson or any of the other stooges we call MPD to throw out a legitimate threat?
No, and that's one of the possible things. I mean, you look at the witness list. I know that BK's family, right? They were on the list. They were going to have to testify, and I don't think he wanted. I know he saying that he didn't want his family.
Could they have had a conversation? I have often wondered this, and now with proof of a long history of destruction of evidence in this case, is it possible that they had a discussion where Brian Koberger is talking about, and this is just me theorizing, so they're looking for this white Elantra, and out of being like just thorough, did he, prior to being arrested, ever come forth and say, hey, mine isn't in the right model year, but hey, you guys, here I am, this is me, and I have a similar vehicle, but just wanted to get that out there so you're aware, because I can identify that my model year in the model year that you're all looking for is almost indistinguishable. So just wanted to let you know, of my location, my vehicle. And then at that time they weren't ready to move and, frame him. So thank you. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
And then in Pennsylvania, after they take him down, he's talking about that. Hey, we already had this discussion. Remember back when, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Just some thoughts.
It could be. Wouldn't that Elantra have like some sort of OnStar or any sort of GPS tracking to it?
We've looked at that thoroughly, and if I recall, no, his does not.
I mean, it like obviously it would more than likely be disabled, but from like a user interface standpoint, but we all know that you can go in and grab it anyway.
Right.
So I'm kind of curious to see if there's something with that we obviously would never get our hands on, because that would be more of the FBI doing. But yeah, it's just if you're solely believing that he had something to do with this, you got to have something that actually places him at the scene. Anything, and they can't.
Right.
So yeah, you guys got anything else on that? Or
just looking back through my notes on the black box or the EDR, the event data recorder.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
specifically designed to work standalone with no dependency on the internet, GPS, or car battery. If your car is from 2013 or later, you're almost guaranteed to have a black box. Again, that's different than GPS.
Yeah, you'd just be able to download it from the internal computer.
I think it just records basic like telemetry where the brakes applied before the crash. What was the speed?
Okay.
Was there any steering inputs? And just simple, driver telemetry inputs into the vehicle's controls.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
time and date,
yeah,
throttle
yeah,
position, brake application, airbag deployment, seatbelt use, steering angle, etc. 20 seconds before, during, and 20 seconds after a crash in order to determine if the crash was caused by human error or mechanical failure in the system. So his car, I don't, we turned that stone over thoroughly back in the day, and it just doesn't have anything beyond the EDR.
All right. Sorry about that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the best I can.
What are we talking about?
If his car had like GPS, OnStar or anything fancy that would.
No,
it didn't.
No, when we looked into it, hang on a minute. When we looked into it, there was none of that. In fact, he even talks about it, I think, recently at that DMV interview, or not interview, but that thing that he had basically the basic package on his car. It was nothing elaborate, so on and so forth. So no, he didn't have any of that extra stuff.
All right.
And one thing he didn't have for sure was fog lights.
Yeah.
And he didn't go buy no fucking clip-on fog lights either. So the people saying that need to get over themselves.
Oh wow!
Oh my god! So mad.
Well, again, I can't emphasize this enough, but the more absurd the argument, the less foundation for their position.
Of course. Good point. The Elantra, based on the VIN-only record, records the seconds prior to a crash. The data otherwise constantly overwrites itself. Gotcha. Hey, Christy. Good to see you, sis. Thank you for being here. Guys, make sure you're following Christy's Chaos, please. This lady puts in such great work and is another amazing part of this team that puts out amazing, amazing content. So please make sure you're following her. They were Velcro. Okay, senor. It's got to be something, right? It's just dumb. It's just done. It was a wrap. That's it. There you go. There's Christy's link. Thank you, hon.
There was one live that I was watching at work that you guys were talking, and it was about who the CI was and how
yesterday
to be Kaylee. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday's show, right?
Yeah. I with Bethany saying like, I think it was Bethany saying like, yeah, she was looking up offenders for her job. I think that points in a totally different direction. A good CI, or at least the CI, you're not going to know unless it's like your very close friends, and by all accounts.
Well, and that would explain that though, Dylan. Here, I'm glad you said it like that, because she told Dylan or Bethany. I never remember. It was Bethany, I guess it was that. And I wonder if it was that Bethany maybe was standing there, walked in and saw her doing something. Okay. And she was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm looking up RSOs, or registered sex offenders, in the area for my job, is what she told Bethany. Well, that doesn't fit with her job. Okay. So that's why I wondered.
You also have to remember, it's according to Bethany.
Well, that's another part of it, yeah.
But I'm thinking on how I would have handled that situation, as far as like trying to kind of hint that there's a CI, but without revealing myself. and that's just simply point the finger at somebody else. So,
Gotcha.
so what is it that? So I don't think that I don't think Kaylee was the CI. I do have reason to believe it could be Bethany. Stepmom's a lawyer. Wants to be just like stepmom.
No, Dylan's stepmom was an attorney.
Or yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah.
I see what you're saying.
But yeah, it could.
Here we go.
I don't think it's Kaylee. I think Kaylee's just being Kaylee was just being a sleuther.
Hold on real quick. Nothing half-assed that I got a letter about the 3G data reporting no longer enabled because it affected my vehicle. They could no longer remote start, unlock, or track my vehicle at that point, and that was in May of 22, which I like. Thank you for that. And 1 minute, everybody. Welcome, Kim. Hello, and thank you for being here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Kim.
Give me 1 second. This is my wife calling, guys. I guess. Thank you for being here, Kim. And you have the floor, dear, since you just joined us. I'll be right back.
Well, it's always hard because I was like switching from listening to my phone to getting in here live, so I missed a little bit. But I think you guys did change topics from the cars. Thank goodness.
We're kind of all over the place. So wherever you want to be, you go there.
I could not contribute to car information. You were talking about the confidential informants?
Yeah. I was just thinking that I don't think Kaylee was the confidential informant. Because people believe that she's a confidential informant. So therefore, somebody's pointing the finger. And it could very well be either Bethany or Dylan, because I don't think Bethany or Dylan, even if they walked in on Kaylee looking stuff up, I don't think Kaylee would be telling them that she's doing this for work.
Yeah. You think it's not her because people think it's her, like, and you're saying like her roommates?
Like everybody's kind of pointing the finger at Kaylee of being the confidential informant. And
yeah. I do that because I think there's like she's the one with so many oddities. I don't know.
It could be, but I just kind of look at it and it's like that's way too easy. Because I mean, especially for underage drinkers, they're not going to take that chance. Especially in college with everything that would be riding on getting a potential underage or it devolving into something worse.
I didn't hear what you were saying. Sorry.
We're debating about Kaylee. Did someone say, or did we read that she did have an underage drinking charge?
We had
I thought that was like we saw that somewhere.
It might have been in one of the reports, I think. Don't quote me, guys.
I don't either.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She had quite a few bank accounts. Got me stumped. That's true. And this was just my thoughts on Kaylee. I'm gonna go through. Kim's probably gonna do it too if we don't do it together. But we're gonna go through all of them, okay, and break down backgrounds and lifestyles and stuff around all of them. I definitely am because I'm curious. These are just the things that I saw about Kaylee yesterday that sparked my interest. That made me go, could it be? Could it have been? And we'll never know. And another point too to make is that somebody's in here kind of flipped the switch for me with that. Welcome, Bethany DX5. Thank you for being here. We'll never know the truth about things that are stated about any of the victims from the surviving roommates ever, because they're not here to tell the truth. So we kind of have to take everything we hear with grains of salt, of course, and hope that maybe it's true. And if it's not, then it's not, but we'll be able to look into it to try to prove it. That's a big point we have to say. And we're going to have to do that, unfortunately. So
Well, like to Dylan's point, that's what we were talking on about before you jumped on. Like
Yeah.
he's not thinking it's Kaylee. And I understand what you're saying because there's a lot of finger pointing in this case. So I get that. And that's always an option. Like,
Right.
are things being said and look like it's her? I don't know.
Sure.
That's why, like Dago said, we want to go through and what are all these things? And my big thing is where is it coming from? Because
Yeah.
I'm done. Excuse me. I'm done with like, oh, this person said it, or I don't know.
No, I agree with you, and, like, that's something Eddie's always said, Kim, is the source. Where does it come from? Where does it start at? Where does it begin?
Yeah.
And that is who and what needs to be held accountable is where the source is of everything, you
Yeah.
know? And in a lot of senses, I hate to say this, but no, I don't. Bill Thompson is the leader of this entire thing. He's the boss, the source of a lot. I'm not saying he's the one that provided all of these things, but at least it went through him. Everything had to go through him. He made that statement himself, and it's been made before. Everything went through him. And like Eddie said earlier, guys, it started. I agree with this. I fully agree with this. It started in Morris's body camera when we watched Bill Thompson walk into that house. That's the start of it, in my opinion, right there. That's where the football was kicked off from. Dylan would appreciate. Um, and all the way to the final field goal at Brian's sentencing hearing, as they look at it. I don't see it that way. That's not the final field goal for me. Okay. But
Mhm.
yeah, and nothing, Miss Fancy's right. He is the captain of the damn ship and has been. Always has been. He still is, folks. I promise you he still is. To this day, I guarantee you that anything that is either coming out, has been released, will be released, anything talked about via media, any of that stuff is still going to go through him. Period, because he has to ensure that nothing changes. Again, my opinion. Sorry.
DAs have a lot of power in
Big
every
time.
town. In every town. I mean, we've had scandals up here with ours, and it was a really long road to try to get them removed also. Crazy. And it almost looked like they were waiting for him to get there. Wait for him to get there so then we know what to do. I don't know.
No, yeah, and that's a good point. And why was he here? Two things. I got my brain's going inside out right now. It's crazy. Scrambled eggs, scrambled eggs, scrambled eggs. Here we go. So I'm gonna speak on what Disabled Me just said. I'm gonna start that real quick. And
That's a
then
lot of payments.
yeah, it is. It's a whole hell of a lot of payments, but that's not how that works. So let me speak on that first. The way I see this, okay, nobody was paid off. Well, I shouldn't say nobody because I don't know. Somebody could have been. We don't know that. But what I believe happened here, and I said this years ago, that there's the center of this, the main artery for this, okay, the heart, and all the arteries and veins that come off of this that are feeding this blood and taking it back away. I don't know why I had to go this direction with it, but anyway, the heart is Bill Thompson, and everything else that comes off of it goes in different directions, does what they're doing. I said before, there's a lot of what I would call pawns in this case, okay? People that just come to work day after day, punch their time card and do their thing. They don't ask questions, they don't challenge things, they don't look at things in a funny way. They just do what they're told, do their job, and go home every day. Period. There's a lot of people involved in this that do that. There are key players along the main arteries outside of the heart, okay, such as people like Brett Payne, Ashley Jennings, Josh Hurwitz, Judge Hippler. All of those are the main arteries that that the blood's flowing through per se to get to him. And then you have the tiny little veins and so on and so forth that are people such as the rest of them, Gunderson and Morris and all these other people that are just they punch their time card every day. They don't look, they don't blink, they don't ask questions. They just do what they're told and move along, and that's it. So, excuse me. And of course, Scott Green is right up there with in my opinion, with Bill Thompson. But Thompson is still the boss. So the other thing I was going to speak on is we saw Ashley Jennings show up first. I believe she was there before Bill was.
Yeah.
Because she was the DA that was on call that night. So if she was there, all she had to do was do a walkthrough, notate everything, this, that. Why did he have to show up too?
That's a good point.
If she was on call,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't have to be there that night. He could have waited till the next day, went to work like he does, sat down with her and went over everything, but he had to be there that night. I question that, and I'm always going to question that. I'm sure somebody's going to come out with some dumbass answer to me and say, well, it's because you said it, Dago, he's the boss, he's this. But okay, when somebody's on call, that means that they're there to do that job so the other people don't have to. He didn't have to be there, but he chose to be there, in my opinion. There's a reason for that.
Now, I will push back a little bit. I will push back a little bit on that.
You
just
can leave.
because...
Bye. I'm just kidding.
Just because this case is such a oddity. It's such a gruesome event that there. Yeah. I believe that there would be. I think Ashley called up Bill and was like, "Hey,
yeah,
there's a lot here. You got to get."
You're right. That's a good point. That is a good point. That's a very good point. So I'll take that too. But what if Bill wouldn't have been available that night for some reason? He was out to dinner or he was out of town, and that's why she was on call. Do you think he would have made the trip to get there, like Fry did to come back from his hunting trip?
Probably.
And you know what they didn't show on body cam because it happened with Scott Green being there. I didn't see him on body cam anywhere, but he was there. Based on the reports we read, he was there at some point.
He was at the scene?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And why? Why is the president of the local university at a crime scene? And why is he at every briefing that they have? That's like me and you showing, like, hey, they're going to have another briefing on the Idaho 4 case, Kim. You want to go hang out and see what they're talking about?
Right.
We have no rights for that, okay? But he was there. Again. Yeah. Big question I've always had. Margaret brought that up, and thank you for that. So those are all things that have been questions to me, okay? All of them, and then some.
I didn't read his book. So
I didn't
Scott
either.
Talked about going to the crime scene, Lucy.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he literally wrote it this. That's what I heard that too. Yeah, that it was in that one chapter.
It's normal for prosecutors to show up to a crime scene. That's normal.
Yeah, it would. And now what isn't normal about that is the fact that he went inside the house before the coroner did. That's kind of abnormal. I'll say that. But it is normal for them to show up.
Right.
Not by what I'm looking at online.
I
have to play devil's advocate there. Go
ahead.
Well, let's be fair. We should almost make a case either way, because why a prosecutor should not be in charge of the crime scene. Allowing prosecutor to directly manage or control the crime scene can create serious ethical, legal, and prosecutorial risks, loss of objectivity and bias risk, conflict of interest. I mean, stay in your lane, right? The investigators, that's their crime scene, and they're the ones that are able to process it correctly. So I'm kind of on the side of Janae 22 there. Why would a prosecutor be at the crime scene?
I mean, I know why people are asking, but when we looked it up, it says that it's pretty standard.
Where can we look at that together? Or
district attorneys show up to the scene because they want to know what they're dealing with. They determine if a case can actually go to trial or not. They'll guide the investigators, what type of evidence they need. Do they feel they have strong enough evidence to indict somebody, go to court, like all that kind of stuff. So I think that's why, like, I've looked it up in the past too, so I don't remember the specific verbiage, but it's things like that.
Yeah,
I'm pulling it up right now.
From my research, it's not uncommon for the prosecutors to be there. They just can't go into the scene until after the coroner gets there.
Well, in most cases, but in Idaho, they do things differently. So, but I do have. Hold on here. Let me pull this up.
And while you're pulling that up, when you guys were talking about Scott Green being there, if he went into a house or not, I don't know.
That I don't know either, but he was there.
On the body cam of, I don't know whose it was. It might have been Morris's. I'm not sure. There's people there whose faces are blurred out.
Definitely.
Why would they need to blur out somebody's face that's law enforcement or in the judicial system at a
Exactly. I agree.
Which is why I always question about the sheath. When did they find the sheath? Was it in the first walkthrough? The second walkthrough?
They
And
said
who
it
there that
was
found it?
later on.
It was in the 85th walkthrough.
And I was going to ask this to one. So we hearing two officers in the back patio gossiping about DMC and a masked figure clad in black and blah blah blah. If the officers was walking through there, found the sheath earlier, wouldn't that be the hot topic? 1-1 amongst the officers, not just the figure clad in black. Oh, we found the daggone night sheath in it. I don't think they found it in that first walkthrough. I don't believe it was there because that would have been stuck out like a sore thumb.
They definitely don't talk about it a lot until later on, and they don't even really talk about it. They say that they reference it by saying that they're looking for U.S. Marine Corps I can't think of the word knife, but that's all we really hear about it. I agree that it probably should have been somewhat of a topic to be being talked about. So,
I don't think the first responders like really walked into the rooms. They looked from the doorway, and that sheath was on the other side of the bed. So I don't know. Although in the reports they said you could see it from the doorway. Oh my God, I don't know.
I don't believe it. I never have. Well,
the reports literally do say that though. You could see it from the doorway.
Yeah.
I think they messed up writing that, but supposedly it wasn't until later when Payne was the one that found it, right? Payne and Smith.
It in the PCA it says that he later saw through Officer Smith's body cam that he could see the sheath from the door. That's how it was stated in the PCA, if I remember correct.
Oh, that's shady.
It is very much so. I agree.
So Hemi's, but hold on one second, because Hemi's got a huge point there, and I know you've been banging that drum forever. So according to that language, they didn't see it in person. Nobody saw it in person.
The only person we see that says that he saw it, I guess you'd say in person, is I think the forensic guy that said he pulled back the blanket and there it was.
That would be in an ISP report.
I think. Well, it was also. I think it was in the Dateline video too.
Well, not
and it was. That. It was his. He himself was saying it about himself. So I don't know. He could have been paid to say it. Who knows? So I just went back through ChatGPT. I'll use that because it's usually pretty on point with this. And I asked it. I said, "Is it standard procedure for a prosecutor to respond to a murder scene?" And this says, short answer, no. It's not standard practice for a prosecutor to show up at a murder scene, but there are exceptions, and understanding those is important. What prosecutors normally do. Prosecutors, district attorneys, or state attorneys are legal decision makers, not investigators. Their typical role is to review evidence collected by police. This is kind of interesting, too, based on what this says. Decide what charges to file, advise law enforcement on legal issues, search warrants, arrests, etc., and handle the case in court. They usually get involved after evidence is collected, not at the scene itself, which is what I read before. But hold on. Who does go to the scene? At a homicide scene, you'll normally see police officers, first responders, detectives, crime scene investigators, forensics, medical examiner, or coroner. These are the people trained to process and preserve evidence. When a prosecutor might show up, while not routine, it can happen in certain situations, such as, which we do know this exists in this aspect, high profile or complex cases, mass casualties, cases likely to attract major media attention. So far, all of the above. Situations where prosecutors want to get, and this is an interesting statement right here. Situations where prosecutors want to guide early strategy. There's that. Legal guidance needed immediately. Questions about search warrants, Miranda issues, and evidence collection legality. In small jurisdictions, in rural or smaller areas, roles sometimes overlap. A prosecutor might be more hands-on in a major case response team. Some offices have rapid response units where prosecutors assist early. And here, this is great, guys. Why it's usually avoided. There are a few reasons prosecutors typically stay away from the scene. And take all of this in when I say this, folks. Preserving objectivity. They shouldn't become part of the investigation. Avoid becoming a witness, which could complicate trial. Let's see. Chain of custody concerns and defense challenges. Every damn one of them is an issue in this case. Okay. So, bottom line, normal, no. Possible, yes, but uncommon and situation dependent. Preferred approach, prosecutors advise from a distance, not hands on. So, in this situation, we had two there, not just one, but two. And if you're asking this in relation to a specific case, this is hilarious, like Idaho 4 or another one you're covering, I can break down whether that situation looks normal or raised red flags. Well, why not? Let's see what it says. I forgot the chat GPT knows me personally. Thank you, Jose.
I know.
But okay,
Yeah.
so there's the answer, Eddie. And that's from ChatGPT, which is usually pretty on point. We read something, I think, Kim, about Idaho law or something like that, and that's why I said they do something different. They do things different, but I don't know. So I said, go ahead and show me why this might raise red flags. It says, got it. Let's take this a step further into true crime analysis lens. If you're looking at specific case like Idaho 4, blah, blah, blah. Okay, step one, what exactly did the prosecutor do on scene? This is the most important question. More normal behavior, observing only, briefing with investigators, offering legal guidance, warrants, charges, no touching evidence. I don't believe that. And this leans towards acceptable strategic involvement. Now, here's the red flags. Directing how evidence is collected. Handling or being near key evidence. Acting like part of the investigative team. Being present for extended periods without clear purpose. This can open the door to defense arguments of bias, claims of tainted investigation, and the prosecutor becoming a fact witness. Big problem in court. Well, gee. Step
Well,
2 says timing matters. Go ahead, bud.
just quickly putting in, Ann Taylor said something to the effect of this false investigation.
Right. That is the truth. Hold on a minute here.
Oh, Dago's got to get his readers on.
No, I'm just trying to go back. All right. Step 2, timing matters. Very early arrival, immediately at scene, is less common, more scrutiny. Later arrival after scene secured, more understandable. An early presence raises the question, why was the prosecutor needed that soon? Well, I have that question with the fact that, and it wasn't that soon, but it was still pretty soon, okay? He was there at 5 in the afternoon. I still question why he went in the house before Mabbitt did. I'm not comfortable with that at all. And I think that question right there plays into that, okay? Step 3, type of case and jurisdiction. More understandable if it's a small town, rural area, limited resources, and the prosecutor works closely with police regularly. And more questionable if the larger city with full homicide units, plenty of investigators already on scene, which there were. There were plenty there. He didn't need to be there. There was ISP, Latah County, and Moscow City PD were there. Why he didn't need to be there for that. So, step 4 says public narratives versus actual roles, which is sometimes prosecutors show up for optics, media pressure, political reasons. That doesn't automatically mean misconduct, but can muddy the waters. Gee, imagine that. What would the defense attorneys argue? And this is where it gets real. A defense team might say the prosecutor helped build the case from the start. Well, gee, look at that. They weren't neutral. They were part of the investigation. Again, an evidence collection may have been influenced. 100%, folks. And the true crime takeaway, perfect, or yeah, I don't need to read that. You're breaking this down in your channel. Here's the clean, powerful framing. It's not illegal for a prosecutor to be at a crime scene, but it's definitely not standard. And depending on what they did, it can raise serious questions. Facts are facts. So there you go. Did that answer or did that help you with that at all, Eddie? Because it did me, actually.
Sure did. You know, I wouldn't be so skeptical of it if we had a body cam observing what Bill Thompson was doing. If there was complete transparency.
Yeah.
I mean, all we know,
Absolutely.
Bill Thompson walked in there. He went right up to that third floor, took that knife sheath and stuck it right next to Maddie. For all we know.
That's a fact. We don't know who did it. It could have been Brett Payne when he went through his walkthrough. It could have been any of them, guys. I do know one thing that I'm pretty positive it wasn't. I don't think Brian Goberger did it.
I'm still betting on the little green guys.
Well, I'm not going to discount that either at this point.
Taken with everything else, you know, my position on the prosecutor being in that crime scene, I'm not taking it just alone without any other, you know, examining all the other bits that we have together.
Right.
Been able to see and prove that they're clear incidents of misconduct. And there's a lack of due process for Brian Kohlberger, obviously, throughout. So that together with now learning that Bill Thompson was in charge of that crime scene is yet just more confirmation, hopefully, that people can see. Because again, Bill Thompson's not going to come out and say and tell you that, yeah, you got me. I was pulling some stunts right there. Shame on me. And it ain't going to be that simple. You have to have the eyes to see it.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fact. And I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to show you why real quick here. And to answer your question, Bullish, I imagine yes, because I'm pretty almost positive that Bill Thompson creates the CI, so he has to be involved. Let me see something here. Where was that? 1 minute. So I'm going to. Why is this so hard to open up here? Here we go. I'm going to run a poll real quick. And this is why it's an issue, in my opinion. Okay, so I'm going to run this poll. It's pretty simple. Be honest. And if you see it, everybody, please vote on it. Do you believe Ashley or Bill planted or withheld evidence from the scene? And it's just as simple as that. Yes, no, or no idea. And it's off. And while we're waiting on that, I'm going to do something else for you guys too, because you guys are so amazing. Wait a minute.
So someone asked what I'm looking at, and I think there are 2 big hawks that just landed on this tree across the street from me. So I'm like, oh my gosh,
Right.
they're big.
That happens in my backyard all the time. 1 minute here. All right. Make sure you guys can receive gifts by clicking that $sign in the box at the bottom. And it looks like Debza 7263, Feminine Energy, Mama Crazy Curls, Lana Hinman, and MRM Red received memberships. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. Gave us 7 new members so far. And I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to go ahead and, if you're not able to receive, I think one dropped down. I just realized that. If you're not able to receive members or gifts, go down there and make sure you can. I'll give you a few minutes. I'm going to throw 5 more at you guys here in a few minutes. So, all right. Let's see where we're at with this goal, this poll. Good Lord, I can't talk today. Where the hell is the poll? No, I did it, but it's hiding from me. Maybe it's not right. Okay, so while we're waiting on that stuff, anybody think anything else you guys want to add to anything?
Do you want me to say how I answered the poll?
I'm sorry?
Or do you want to wait? Do you want me to say how I answered the poll, or do you want me to wait?
No, you can. Go for it.
I put no because I just don't think they would just have someone else do it. Like that's like the people of power, they don't do the dirty work. They have other people do it.
Sure.
My opinion.
A good answer. I probably should have put in there directly or indirectly if they were involved in that, but that's a good question.
Sorry.
A good way no. The way you answered it is probably true.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, nothing gets done without Bill Thompson and Scott Green knowing.
I agree with that. Definitely Bill Thompson. There it is. Oh wow, I got a lot of votes on this. So as it rolls up here, poll ended. Do you believe Ashley or Bill planted or withheld evidence at the scene? And I should have reworded it, but 76% said yes, 13 said no, and 11 said I have no idea. Good job, guys. But I will say I do agree with Kim. That hands-on, probably no. Now, what can I visualize is them walking through the house saying, okay, this is what needs to be done, and this is how you need to do it, and then leaving and letting somebody else do it. I can see that happening. I know that sounds crazy. I would never want to believe in that, but in this case, I do. I truly do.
Hmm.
That's another good point. Right turn Clyde says, I don't believe they planted or withheld, but I think they ignored some important evidence. That's another good point. I agree with that.
It's just, how do you mess up describing the key evidence in your case? I mean, the reason we're questioning this, because if the wording in the PCA says, I later saw on his body cam, that's
Yeah.
an issue.
It is. Huge
That's
red flag.
I always thought they saw it in real time. Now that we've seen the crime scene photos and where they're saying that the sheath was, and we can see where the sheath was, I think you'd have a hard time seeing it from the doorway. I don't know. I mean, maybe I need to look at the photos again to see that, but
I don't think you could either, but especially not Payne. I don't think he's tall enough to see it from the. But that's a joke. I shouldn't have said that.
so then
Anyway,
if you can see it from the doorway, why didn't the first responding officers see it? And then all the officers that after them came into the house and went upstairs and poked their heads in the doorways, and the guy that was in the kitchen that kept running upstairs and running downstairs, and why didn't anybody else see it?
why do we not hear? That's a good point, Kim, and that's something I want to discuss here for a minute, if we can, because it's already been brought up once. Why do we? Hold on here. Wait a minute. Wrong one. Is this the one? Okay. So why do we not hear anybody on any? Because we watched all the body cams that you could watch. Okay. And why do we not hear anybody talking about it at all? Don't you think that somebody brought this up earlier?
Yeah.
I think it was 1-1. Don't you think it would be like kind of interesting to any of the responding officers, and not one person is saying, "Hey, what do you think about the sheet they found upstairs? Do you think that has anything to do with, like, where do you think the knife is? What's going on with that? What's your thought on this? Is that nobody's talking about it, guys? Nobody. And the only thing we hear about it is on Morris's body cam around. And I'm not that maybe that means that they didn't talk about it on body cam, but that doesn't make sense because why wouldn't they? But we hear Lanier and them talking about we're looking for a military issued U.S.
Yes.
Marine Corps knife, which
Yes.
tells me that they're talking about the sheath at that point.
Yes, that would be interesting to get a time of that, a timestamp. When are they saying that?
Right.
Because if it's before Payne gets there,
I think Payne was part of he was there. I'm pretty sure he was standing there during that. But well, we can go look at that.
yeah.
But before we look at that, I want to look at this, just to reiterate this. All right. So this is the probable cause affidavit, as we all know, the toilet paper, I call it. This is where Payne says, I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves, hereafter Gonsalves' room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body cam there was a dog in the room when Moscow PD officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her boyfriend, Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCour on November 13th that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. Now, this is where this has always been a point of contention for me. Okay. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. It was on Maddie's left side. Okay. When viewed from the door, it was still on Maddie's left side. It would have been his right side. If that's the mistake he made, fine. Then you should have clarified that. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC, the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. ISP State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile. No, they didn't. Left on the button snap. No, it was the strap of the knife sheath. So, let's discuss this. Okay? I want to understand what this means. I also later noticed. What does that mean? He's with Officer Smith at that point looking in this room, but he didn't notice that till later? Does that mean that he went back in later on and then he saw it? The wording in this has always pissed me off because of those things. So, any thoughts, anybody? As we're looking at this for the 3 millionth time.
Yeah, the thoughts that come to my mind is the first time he uses the later, it's to cite the fact that there was a dog in Kaylee's bedroom. He later notices the dog on the body cam. So that it feels like that one is setting this thing up. There's a precedent, in other words. And it seems reasonable. Okay, so if you accept the first one, now he's gonna...
he says, I later learned from review of Nunez's body cam.
Yeah.
He later, that's when he realized that.
And he's specific. He says the body cam is how he does that. Notice that is not what he, I guess, cites as his method in the second time. But that might go unnoticed by someone who's not paying close enough attention. It feels like I also later noticed, so he's just piggybacking.
Yeah, also.
This thing. You fell for it the first time, and the first time there was nothing nefarious going on, so there was no trick being played on you then. But now comes the trick. He's already set it up, so he's following the method. And here was the trickery with the word salad right here.
And this is something I never got before. That's interesting because as he says it up here, I didn't even realize that they said about, I later noticed or learned from the review of the body cam, the dog. Then says, I also later noticed the sheath. So did he actually see this from the body cam? Or did he see this when he goes in the house at 5:30?
He's having you think that it's on the body cam, but I bet it doesn't exist on the body cam because he never said it. I never claimed that.
Right.
I think they took the dog out fairly early to the pound. It was in the afternoon. So that was way before Payne got there. So he couldn't have seen the dog there with his own two eyes because he wasn't there yet. So that part he sees on the body cam. So I get that.
Right.
Then the other part, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Eddie. It could be trying to connect back to that. But I just think it just means like another time. Like I went into the room, I saw the victims, they were deceased, they had stab wounds. And then, later, I went back up, went back in, whatever. And then I noticed this. That's how I'm thinking.
And I can see it both ways. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, let's talk about his I guess footsteps, his path that he took that day. So he went to the crime scene. When? What was the first time? Because he was doing interviews before he went to the crime scene,
Yeah.
right?
He didn't show up to the crime scene until I think it was like 4:30, 5 o'clock. And he was at the MPD at like from like 1 till that time doing interviews, right?
So what time, do we know what time we're looking at him standing outside of the house in Morris's body cam?
Yeah, that's hold on here. Let me
That's
pull this
later
back.
than
I think the first in fact, let me do this. It'll be easier for us.
Yeah, once he gets there, he's there like almost the rest of the night, right?
I think so until he says,
Mm.
yeah, because in the one part of the body cam he claims, hold on, I'm just going to pull up the body cam real quick.
I
He
have to believe.
also-
Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, I was just gonna say that Payne wasn't wearing a body cam.
Right.
No. Big mistake, by the way. They all should have had him on. Anybody that went in that house, including the prosecutor, I'm sorry. Or at least whoever was walking with the prosecutor, that we should have seen those body cams too. They should have had them on. Period. End of story. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So
I was going to say, I have to believe as soon as he arrived there, he went through the house.
Yeah.
He wasn't standing outside idly, in other words. So without a body cam, he went through the house. Apparently, Officer Smith directed him through the house.
Right.
I have to believe that this Officer Morris's body cam shows the later time.
Yeah.
That he might be referring to. So later, maybe after the prosecutor left the scene, I don't know, but later he notices the sheath.
How about this? Later with the prosecutor, I noticed the sheath.
What he should have said. I agree on that one. All right. So these are flipped around. Part 1 and part 2 are backwards time-wise. And we don't even get, it starts at 21:24. We need to have body cam showing when he gets there at like whatever time that was, but we don't.
It would be helpful if we had Officer Nunez video, the body cam of Maddie's room unredacted.
Yeah.
So we could see what he's seeing there. I have a hard time
agree.
believing that the sheath, what reason would the sheath have to be under the comforter? I mean, if we're to believe that the assailant leaves the sheath behind, it's going to be front and center. It's going to be on top of whatever.
It should have been, yeah.
Not underneath the comforter.
Right, yeah.
So if that body cam shows that there's a comforter there.
Right.
That would be suspicious.
I can agree. I definitely agree. All right, so there's Payne right there. That's the first time we see him on scene in any body cams right here. Hi, SRB. And that is at 21:55 and 48 seconds.
So almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah. And this is the earlier version of this. I don't think it goes any sooner than this. Let me double check something. I might be wrong on something here. I could be. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me double check this one more time. No, this is earlier. Okay, this one's earlier. My apologies. But here again, okay, let's look for Payne here. Blaker's always there, which, and this is my opinion, you guys, as far as MPD is concerned, I've always felt that Blaker was the lead detective. I didn't even realize he was a detective till way later, but he's on everything. His name is on everything. He's involved in everything, including the knife sheath, transfer, chain of custody, all of that stuff. So this was earlier. But that's, anyway, if we don't see Payne in this video here, that shows us that he gets there, or he's not on body cam until what Eddie just said, that time. Okay, there's Gilbertson. and that's at 5:24 in the afternoon. The other lead detective, but he's saying he's not going in. And these are the ISP detectives, as well as Blaker, going back in. Oh, there's Brett right there. Sorry. My apologies, you guys. 1 minute. So, okay, first time we see him on body cam then is at 5:27, 28, 5:30 in the afternoon, which is about what I thought. That's when he gets on scene for the first time, and I think this is his first walkthrough. And he does it with, where the hell did he go? I just had him right there. Hold on. How did I do? Right here? Yeah. Wait a minute. Nope, they went upstairs before that. Right there. There he is. Right here. Yeah. So it's at 5:26 in the afternoon. This is his first time going through, from my understanding. His first walkthrough with these are the forensic guys from ISP, Blaker and Gilbertson. So there we go. Hey, chippa 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 cha. Good to see you. I thought Payne is seen at the end of Warner when Rosinski replaces him around 4 p.m. Okay, maybe I missed that. Well, I'll just say between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. Then, if that's true, possibly I'll have to go back and look. So Wade says 5:43 to 9:23 body cam is missing because it's Rosenthal. Nobody has FOIA'd for Rosie's body cam. Then at 9:24, Morris returns to cover until, and my understanding was that Rosie spent the night in the house as security to hold it down, but I don't know. So, okay, here we are. I think Kim stepped away for a minute. Okay. So, okay, Eddie, what are your thoughts on this at this point now? If any.
Well, I might go in a little different direction because I've been looking at some of my old notes here and come across this. So my question before I begin is someone by this time, so we have like 5:26 p.m. here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By this time, someone from MPD has already taken photographs.
Yeah, they came in immediately. I think it was Smith that started taking photographs, or Nunez right away.
Yeah, you're right. So I don't know if these are the photographs that's being referred to here, but everybody recall in motion and limine number 6, it says exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs, tucked under covers next to Miss Mogan.
Right.
As seen in body cam of one of the first officers on scene. So I wonder if they took from the body cam and just made still photos. That's what it feels like she's saying there. Who knows?
Right.
But it's unclear in those photographs. Anyway, according to Miss Taylor.
Right. And that's a good point too. SRB brings up. Which part are you at? Did you already hear someone in the background mention the sheath? Can't remember. Right. I think that's something else we're going to look at while we're in here too. So yeah, you're right, Eddie.
Well, she's suggesting that she can't see the sheath at that time of day.
Right.
Now in these body cams, they're talking about a military style knife. Obviously, they have the notion of a military style knife in their head because of what? A sheath.
Are you asking a question?
No,
Okay.
I finished my thought there. Did everyone hear what I said?
Say it one more time just to be safe.
Seems like Ann Taylor herself is not able to see that the sheath was there immediately when officers first responded after the 911 call. based on what we're reading in motion in limine number 6. And here we have at 5, well, in one of these body cams, whichever it is, we have officers talking about a military style knife, presumably for the, what explains that? Well, they see a sheath at the scene at that time of night.
Right. Okay. This is where they talk about it.
Can I address something Eddie said?
Please do, while we're here.
When you were talking about the quality of the photos, like they said they had a hard time seeing sheath. And when we saw those first responding officers, they were basically just like using their cell phone and just like, not framing it in a good way, just kind of like holding it up, snap that, snap that, snap that. So I would imagine he probably just like held the phone up through the doorway, snapped a photo. So not really knowing if there was something on the bed, like it just captured it the way it did. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know. A scenario.
That is a good point.
I also feel like.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you said good point.
Yes. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, it's faint, but I can hear you.
Sorry.
Like we were questioning until we saw everything, like, was the sheath even there? Well, real or not, or whatever we think about it, they have provided enough photos and, we can see they're talking about the sheath, when they're there. And so I don't know, we can question it, but you can't debunk that. Like it's there. So it's just the question of how did Brian's DNA get on it? If it's his DNA on there,
Of course.
I just came across this as well. Just reminding everybody in report 93, I think they're called sequence number 93.
Yeah.
Dustin Blaker. Yes. Dustin Blaker states that ISP found the sheath.
Exactly.
And I would then assume that ISP would have been there before what we're seeing here in these body cams.
Oh, and that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you for finding that, because the guy that we see in the Dateline episode where he says that he pulled back the comforter, the blanket, whatever, and there it was. That was an ISP forensics detective. Okay, I can't remember his name. For God's sakes, what was his name? Because I had it written somewhere. He's the one that claims to have found it at that point. But Payne is writing in the PCA that he found it. Via later, he sees it from the door.
To me, it's really suspicious.
Oh, it is.
What Dustin Blaker is claiming here, because it feels like it's suggesting that it's predating something. It is making it a fact before we got involved with the place. ISP found it.
I think
if you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's showing, poor police work with communication. But if we're trying to prove like who found it, like who discovered it, I mean, it should be ISP because no one should have been touching anything. They're the ones, the forensic team's the one that's supposed to touch things. So I'm curious, and I know you already pulled it up. Did the PCA say he's like he's the one who found it, or is he just saying this is when I saw it?
He says that's when he saw it. But here's the guy. Thank God I found this. This is who found it, according to this.
Yeah.
This is him. And I'm going to get to that point where he says this and show that to you. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me find this. Oh, my God. I was petrified. I was going to have to dig through everything. And I just took a guess, and this was the one. I'll be damned. 1 minute. bear with me, but that's what I'm questioning. Is this it here again? No. I think this is it here. Let me see if this is the first.
Dago, before you play it, I just want to share
Yeah.
one last thing that I've come across in my notes.
Yes, sir.
Report number 4, Ryan Snyder, photos 123 through 138 are in Maddie's room, none of which show the sheath.
123 through what? 139?
Through 138.
Okay. 138. And that was Jacobs or Brian.
Ryan Snyder.
Ryan Snyder. Thank you.
That's a report, 128 to 138?
Report number 4, whatever that means. That's just my description,
ISP,
my receipt of where I got this. And it's been a while, months. But anyway, report number 4 is the receipt there.
Yeah.
It's Ryan Snyder's photographs, number 123 through 138.
I think it's ISP report, Kim. Remember when we got the supplemental ISP reports? I think that's the one that came from. And I think because Snyder was with the Idaho State Police, I believe. So
I have that pulled up. I'm going to look right now.
All right, so I'm going to run this real quick. I think this is where he says what he says. Oh, no, wait. JP said MPD report number 4. I thought it was ISP. So if it's not in there, I'm sorry. I guess we'll have to pull up the ISP. Which I have those too.
And after this, I got something interesting that I've been looking at.
Okay.
No volume.
Did someone fall asleep?
It's getting to be close to Dago's
Am I that
night.
boring? Good God.
Play a loud noise.
Uh-huh. All right. I think this is right after Gilbertson says this is when Ed Jacobson makes this statement. Here we go.
With and assume what actually happened was happening.
Investigators now know they're a few hours behind the killer. But as they walk into Maddie's 3rd floor bedroom, police get their first big break.
The comforter's over, the girls take the comforter off. Lo and behold, there's a knife sheath laying right there.
They find a sheath.
The comforter's over the girls. You take the comforters off, and lo and behold, there's a knife sheath right there.
Lo and behold, that's what I was talking about moments ago, is if there's a comforter there, because the sheath should be, I mean, this attack just happened, so why is it underneath something?
Well, they're making it sound like whoever committed the crime covered them up. That doesn't match to me, though. Unless it was somebody they were very close to, or did the police come in and cover them up?
Right.
And if that's the case, you're not supposed to do that. The law enforcement knows that they're not. I don't care what the situation is, it's sad or not, because it is young kids. You're not supposed to cover them up until forensics does what they have to do. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
so either way,
covering up just puts the assailant in that scene for a longer period of time, which would mean that they'd have more opportunity to, if they inadvertently lost the sheath, as we're supposed to believe. Then
and they've tried that too, Eddie.
It's not working with me. Now he's covering up.
Well, they tried that already, stating that he staged the scene. That's part of staging, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there's no way in hell somebody that did this. And what's the final timeline we have on this for the amount of time that it took them to commit the murders?
According to MPD, it could be as quick as 90 seconds.
Okay. So no. You killed 4 people by yourself and covered everybody up and
come on. Girl hunting.
Right.
thinking of it a little deeper is, wouldn't then you would cover up the face? I mean, you're not covering up like tucking them into bed where they're
Right. You would. That's the point, Eddie.
head
Yes.
and shoulder, her neck and head would be out of the comfort, like, nighty night. And then what about the inconsistency? So they're tucking in the other victims downstairs too? No.
I don't remember. Was there blankets laid over top of Lana and Ethan? Does anybody remember?
Ethan was. I think Ethan was allegedly covered, but Xana was was just on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I do remember that. But Ethan was also completely nude, so I mean, that could play to that too. But I don't know. But again, that gives that doesn't play out right with me either, because that gives compassion to the killer, if that's what they're trying to go for, and that's not at all what the picture they painted.
Well, it's absurdity. It's the theme of what I've been trying to communicate today. Is just
right.
The argument is ridiculous.
Agreed. Hi, Kim. Thank you for being here, Kim. You said no one was covered. Thank you, contestant. All right, hold on a minute.
For a K-bar style knife, there's no murder weapon, but the sheath is there.
That was definitely the first aha moment.
We have something in this house from the killer.
And that's that. So Ed Jacobson is the one that found this, according to that. Okay. You guys choose what you decide you want to believe. I don't believe either one of them, but I don't know.
Let's talk real quick about like profiling. Like, what is the precedent? Is it common for these situations where the victim is covered up because it is, possibly an ex-lover, whatever, crime of passion type of homicide?
Right.
When you lay a white sheet on top of someone, you're more likely to cover their face than their feet. That's the portion you're covering. You're focusing on the person's head. If you had to, ensure they were covered up.
Right.
I would believe. So you see what I'm driving at here?
I do. Absolutely. There's many stories with this too. WSU mom said the sheath was under a blanket. Kaylee's leg was allegedly covering it over top of the blanket. We were told that the sheath was under Maddie's right thigh, under the blanket, or whatever the hell it was, comforter. And now we're hearing that. And then he says this, and then you hear what Payne says from the body cam. It's insane. But go ahead with what you were doing, Eddie.
Yeah, I was just gonna, I guess, to finish my thoughts, is the assailant covering up isn't working, no matter how you try to make it work. But where it does work is if this knife sheath is not visible in the crime scene until later, then putting it underneath something would explain all that away and take that problem away from the investigators. That's where it works.
Gotcha. Makes sense. It does. Thank you again, WSU mom. She said, I'm sorry, I meant Maddie's leg. Don't believe it was passion. I believe a hazing and a message. Snitches get stitches, which is what she said for 3 years now. Makes sense. It makes sense. Thank you, SRB. And welcome, WSU mom. We've missed you. It's been a while.
All right, Dago, in your medical profession, do you believe that if this was planted by the killer, with the rooms of Maddie and Kaylee being staged in that bed, would that knife sheath be covered in a lot more blood than it was?
I just did this the other day. I do, and I'll show you why.
That's the whole point where I'm coming from, right there.
Okay, so here's the thing. Based on where they showed us in the photograph that the sheath was, in my opinion, this is in my opinion, and it doesn't mean it's correct. It's just my opinion. If that's where it was from beginning to end, from the time the murders happened until they actually physically found it, I think it should be covered in blood, as should the person that was standing over top of Maddie and stabbing her. Okay. And here's why I believe this. In part of the report that I was reading, it stated that they had to hold closed the sternum area in on Maddie for pictures and photographs and stuff like that. Okay. Which tells me that whoever the person was that was standing over top of her that came down with the knife, they stabbed her directly in her sternum area and blew that open. If she was alive when this happened, oh, okay, Kim, no worries, dear. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here with us. Um, if she was alive when that happened, her heart's still beating. The blood is going to come out of her like a water fountain. Trigger warning. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, straight up and out, and like this. Okay, that's what I imagine is going to happen, based on the things I know. If that's the case, okay, what we saw on that knife sheath was a joke. There were, like, I think I saw 5 tiny little, like, the tip of a needle pieces of bits of spatter. That's what we saw. In my opinion, that should have been covered. And there was blood around it, which was weird to me. It should have been covered, but it wasn't. There were itty bitty little, like, pen marks of spatter is what we saw. That doesn't line up for me. If that's how Maddie was killed and stabbed in that point in the sternum, that would have been like a water fountain flowing up and out, in my opinion, because if she was still alive, which I believe she was at that point, her heart was beating, pushing. There was pressure behind the blood pressure was pushing that blood up and out like a water sprinkler would have been. Okay. And that should have came out and spattered everywhere, in my opinion. That is not what we saw. There was almost nothing on this. 3 or 4 tiny little specks is not anywhere close to enough. It almost looks like that was kind of like overspray from cast off. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
And the way that you're describing the scene, Dago, there isn't even enough blood on the floor.
No, it should have been covered there. And unless the person was standing so close to the bed that it got all over them. Does that make sense?
Which you would still see, you would still see a lot more blood dripping off the killer.
Well, it depends on how long they stood there. They leaned over with Kaylee if they did, but there should have been like droplets on the floor as they walked out or as they came out of that room.
Yeah. That was,
I agree with that. Yeah. Which still doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Sorry. Hi, Kim.
Hi. So what do you think? 7-inch, it was 7-inch K-bar, right?
That's what they're claiming. Yeah.
That's capable of doing that, going through a sternum like that. Okay.
Yeah. You can do that with 7-inch.
Easy to get out.
It depends on what well, they said it wasn't serrated, so it wouldn't have caught on anything. And as long as you didn't get into any bone up underneath or there shouldn't be any bone in that area. If you're like, you know where the sternum is, right below that breastbone.
I'm thinking it went through bone. It would not have gone through bone.
No, if they got it right and it was right below the breastbone, like where the rib cage stops right here, it should have been a clean and cut. Like there should have been no bone there, but there's still tissue and multiple layers of skin, so on and so forth. And then, it's empty pretty much there.
Okay. I was just wondering about, you know, all the injuries this knife was involved in. How much would that knife withstand?
Agreed. And here's the other thing, though. That I don't know if that was the first or the last. We don't know that. For sure, we don't know that. But Kaylee was stabbed many times. Xana was absolutely, and Kaylee, if we're going based on what they said, Kaylee was stabbed in her face. There's a lot of bone structure there. Okay. And again, trigger warning. I'm sorry, you guys. And then so was Xana. There was bone. There was bone. I struggle with one knife doing all this. I always have. I think one of the weapons absolutely was a machete. I always have. With that, so
something like that, axe, machete, something.
Something in that realm that you don't have to be that close to somebody to use, and because I think Xana was dancing around trying to get away, things like that. Did you see the video? The officer was talking to another officer, said he was removing his coat. The heat was cranked up. Yeah. Yes, I did. Good. That's a good catch too, Kim. It was pretty warm in there. So yeah, the heat was on and going.
Which, for the purpose of the investigation, wouldn't you want to not have it piping hot?
I mean, yeah, that's a good point, but I don't know. They weren't messing with. I guess I don't know that they could mess with the furnace because it was locked until they got it open. So I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would want to have it cool, so like
Keep the temperature lower
especially if it's going to be a while.
Yeah, of course.
That would be interesting to look at the photos for the thermostat. It doesn't mean the thermostat was in the furnace room because, like, mine's not. You know,
Oh, they have a lot of times they'll have them. Yeah, on the wall under a lockbox or something, right?
Yeah.
If even that, sometimes they have access to it too. So that really didn't make a lot of sense, I guess. And that's
well, I don't know. We don't. I mean, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen a picture of the thermostat, so I wonder where it was.
I think I've seen it in the photograph that you see. Hold on. The girls probably had it turned up because the door was open all that time when they're. Yeah, I mean that's a good point, Third Apache. I agree with that. So you know how they have the photograph, Kim, where you're looking over. You know where the TV set is in the living room, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a photograph where it shows them looking back towards the doorway that goes into the hallway leading into the kitchen.
Yes.
I think the thermostat's on this wall, on the
Okay.
left side of the wall there. I thought I saw something
by
that
the
looked like
couch?
one. Yeah, like the couch is here, and then over here, I think there would be the thermostat. I think. Don't quote me. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Speaking
But no,
about
you
the
can't read it.
door- Speaking about the door being open, this was a while ago. I really went through the canvassing,
Yeah.
some of the canvassing videos, and was trying to pin down who they interviewed that talked about the door being open, right? Because we knew about the door walker, but there was another kid over at the Queen Apartments, and he said he left for work around, I think it was 7 a.m. And he was the one that was like, I didn't notice anything that, like, he thought it was like a break-in burglary kind of a thing.
Right.
And so at 7 a.m., and he was clearly looking at the house, and he did not mention anything about the front door being open. But then you have the dog walker around 8 a.m. saying that it was. So at least, like, I'm like, okay, so here's a time frame. Wasn't open at 7, is open 8:30, whenever that guy said. So
Yeah. Interesting.
yeah.
Did King come in here?
He does Skull Mackay. Wait, what is it? Purge. The Purge Vandals. That's Kane.
Where's he at? I don't see him.
He just put a comment. Yes, typically.
Right. Oh, what's up?
Calling him Skull earlier. We were all going gang Skull, and it wasn't him.
What's up, Buddy Bear? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Too fast for please. Good to see you.
Trying to trick us.
No, that's interesting for sure. Yeah, we could pull the photographs and look at that. Interesting. Oh, that is Scully.
No, it's Kane.
He just said it's Skull.
Oh my. I think he's messing with us.
Whatever. Either way.
Quit changing your name. That's what I keep saying. Quit changing your name.
What's up, business? Good to see you, business. Yeah, quit changing your name, Scully. We can't ever find. My Discord's got like 6 versions of you. I can't figure out who's who.
I think
when I try to say hi to you.
Now, I was kind of going back and forth between Instagram profiles, and I found something a little interesting. Kaylee, and it could be something, it could be absolutely nothing. But Kaylee and Maddie, closer than sisters, best of friends. The last photo that they have together of just them on Maddie's, August 20th, 2021. So we're looking at 18 months. And then with Kaylee, same photo, May 25th, 2022.
Well, you know that there was a period of time, I think I was told 3 months, that they didn't speak. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, and like they're not featured on each other's Instagram as much as you would think with what they're kind of billing it to be.
Well, if you follow along with these Dateline episodes, the last one, second to last one they put out the fact that Maddie was best friends with Ashlyn Couch, not Kaylee. But we were told the rest of the time for 3 years that Kaylee and Maddie were best of friends, period. And so did most everybody else. Something happened at some point. They didn't speak for 3 months, I was told. I don't know what it was. Does it relate to this? Maybe. I don't know.
The sorority probations,
Could
perhaps?
Could be. Is it when Kaylee got in some trouble? Could be. Is it something that happened personally between them? Could be. Could it have been the reason for this in a nutshell? Could be. I don't know, but it's interesting that she goes through 3 months not speaking to Maddie for a reason, and then she's estranged from her parents and blocks her siblings on social media. What's going on, folks? Why? That don't make sense.
Dylan, thanks for pointing that out, because it recalls me to something I noticed yesterday. Dago and everybody, do you recall yesterday we were watching Bethany's interview that was conducted on the 16th of November?
I do.
We're talking about nap time. Remember that?
Right.
And notice how Bethany interjects where Kaylee and Maddie were sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Together.
The narrative of sleeping in the same bed was already being pushed.
Yep.
Now, check this out. So
Definitely.
they went upstairs at around 2:02 a.m. to Kaylee's bed because it's a larger bed. I'm curious. Yeah, so I'm curious to know, when it was nap time, what bed did they sleep in? Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee's or Maddie's. That's a good point, Eddie.
I'd go for the bigger bed.
I would go for they never slept in the same bed, ever.
Kaylee had a full
As
size
adults.
or a queen size bed in her room, from what I can remember. And Maddie's was like a super twin, I think, or a double twin, or whatever the hell you call those.
A full size bed?
I don't even think it was full. I think it was like a twin. Didn't it? It looked kind of small, didn't it? Or maybe it's full. I don't know.
I spoke to that before, Eddie. When I was in college, I had my best friend lived in a house. She had her own room, and it was closer to the bars. So if we I would crash there after going out, and it was the only place to sleep. So we shared a bed. But if I was in a house that had an option of my own bed, then I would have been in there.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. And especially with Steve G, I think it was Steve G and Christy. They were kind of saying like, oh yeah, They always slept in the same bed, yada, yada, yada. And it was like, okay, yeah, when they were like 7, okay. But at 20, no, not quite.
Well, I did a whole
unless it's the exact situation that typically brought up.
Yeah, and girls are different. I mean, girl relationships are different. Like, so I don't know. It could be. Who knows?
I don't know. I tried cuddling up with Dago last night and he kicked me out. So that's just mean.
Guys, I spent a lot of time and effort establishing that it is a narrative that's being pushed. We broke it down and we try to look at it objectively, but definitely there's tomfoolery happening about Maddie and Kaylee sleeping in the same bed. And we can't argue the fact that Kaylee was not attacked in that bedroom. She was initially attacked down in the main living room area and brought upstairs.
I do truly believe that, yes.
And that's a problem for the prosecution.
Yes.
And again, it's these actors that I keep talking about. Bethany is an actor. They're having her say that.
Right. That makes
And
sense.
also, the parents of Kaylee are saying that. And who would ever challenge it and say otherwise?
Nobody normally would, because it's shameful to do that. So, very good points, guys.
Well, that's great work, Garth Brooks. I'm shameless.
Yeah. Yes, they are. So, all right, you got Kim. Anything to add to this? You have that look on your face.
No, I was typing a comment. Sorry. I always have to chat. Yeah.
Any info on the two spirited that were in trouble that year?
Sororities.
Sororities. Got you. Both sprites. Both sororities of that house of anyone can access that. I hate spell check. Yeah, that I do too. I want to know that too. Anybody that has any information that has the ability to look into that, I would love to know what that was about too. Truly and honestly, because I think that very well could play or show something about this. Miss Bianca Jane.
Hi,
Good
Bianca.
to see you, lovely lady. Thank you for joining us. I agree with that, Kim. Truly, it's something else I want to know about.
It's impossible to find unless you have someone who used to be in. I think if you used to be in that sorority, you could have access. Because I went to their like national site or whatever, and you can get into it if you have like a passcode or something. Like you had to put something in, so you got to be a member to get in there. So,
and I guarantee you that nobody, especially if it shows something nefarious, they're not going to talk about it.
Yeah. Well,
I
maybe
agree.
we yank on some heartstrings to, help.
Agreed. I think that's going to close us out for today, because I just realized I went over by an hour, but it was worth it because of the conversation, and there's more to this, much more. So we will be back here within the next day or so to do more of this. Looking forward to it as well. And don't forget, you guys, this coming Saturday, I still want you to give me a call, Kim, if you don't mind. My daughter told me it couldn't have been anyone else. Can't get the why. Interesting. Let's see here. I got to figure out a way to do it. Kim, do you have email still? Okay. There's my email right there. please reach out to me through that, and then I'll give you my phone number again because I know you don't have it anymore. And I want to talk to you again, dear, please, if you could. So, as I was saying, guys, don't forget this coming Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Myself, Miss Kim here, Mikey with the Last 24, and Logan with Bronx Tales True Crime are going to be joined by the amazing Miss Jules from Jules True Crime Reactions. I cannot tell you how excited I am for this show, how much I'm looking forward to it, and how awesome it's going to be. So please make sure you're tuned in for that one. Again, Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be such a great show, guys. I can't wait. So please make sure you're there for that. I will be back here tomorrow. More or less, you can count on the fact that it'll be sometime after Miss Kim here with Typically Unique is live. I'll be after her. So unless I decide to get up super early and go before her, which I doubt because I have too much to do in the mornings. But thank you, Kim. WSU Mom Kim, I appreciate you. I hope you're feeling well, dear. Nothing but thoughts and prayers for you with your recent surgery and stuff. We're always in your corner with you, supporting you and praying for you. And I hope you're feeling better, dear. But I'm looking forward to your email. Thank you, hon. So again, thank you, Dylan, Eddie, Hemi. One was here, and Miss Kim, full pounder to the panel today. Great conversation as always, always. Okay, no problem, Kim. Just work on it. That'll be fine either way. So thank you guys for joining us today. All of you in here, everybody up here on the panel with me, you guys are beautiful. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
So looking forward to the next time we can do this. Thank you very much to the moderators. Everybody in the chat, again, as always, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change nothing because you are beautiful the way you are. Truly the beautiful people. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the TruCrime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one. Until